All right.
All right, and Struckoff's coming in right now.
All right. Mr. Chair, we're ready to go.
Very good, thank you. Good evening and welcome to the Wednesday, October 28th meeting of the Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Commission. My name is David Carter. I'm the commission chair. Before beginning the meeting, I'd like to turn this over. Am I turning it over to Kyle or to Luke to explain?
Luke will take it over.
All right, Luke, please.
All right, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the October 28th, 2020 Planning Commission meeting. My name is Luke Mortensen, and I'll be facilitating the Zoom video portion of the meeting tonight. With me is Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director. We will be working alongside the chair, who is on remote video, to facilitate the meeting proceedings. Currently, I have everybody muted so we can talk through the general ground rules for tonight's meeting. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast live on the city's YouTube channel and public access channel 25. During the meeting, please mute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon found on the lower left-hand corner of the Zoom menu next to the video icon. When you are muted, a red line will appear over the icon. This will make it easier for everyone to hear the meeting. Just remember to unmute if and when you want to speak. In the menu, you can also turn on your camera or turn off your camera by clicking the video icon located next to the microphone icon. For the purposes of this public meeting, please keep your video on for the duration. If you are participating by phone, you can enter *6 to mute and unmute your phone. Somewhere on your Zoom screen, you will also see a choice to toggle between speaker and gallery view. Speaker view shows the active speaker. Gallery view tiles all of the meeting participants. Be aware that we will not be screen sharing as part of the meeting tonight. All attachments, reference materials, and submissions from the public are included on the agenda packet. A few reminders to ensure that the provisions of the Kansas Open Meetings Act are met. Commissioners, you must state your name and title each time you speak. Members of city staff must also state their name and title each time they speak. I would ask that all applicants and members of the public identify themselves each time before they speak to ensure that everyone is able to follow along. Individuals who signed up in advance to provide public comments remotely will be called upon by name. When you are called on, please unmute your listening device and state your name before speaking. The chair will then call for in-person public comment for those who are physically present at City Hall. Staff will direct you to the podium to speak while following social distancing and safety protocols. All motions will need to be stated clearly. After a motion is made and seconded, staff will call on each commissioner individually to provide their vote. Staff will then need to announce whether the motion carried and the count of the vote. I want to again remind everyone to please mute yourself when you are not speaking. And at this point, I will turn the meeting back over to Chair Carter.
Thank you, Luke. David Carter, Chair. Let's see. At this point, I guess we should receive or amend any of the minutes from the Planning Commission meetings of September 21st and 23rd. Those would have been received in your agenda packets. Do I have any motions to approve? Or do I have any comments or amendments to the minutes?
Yes.
Very good. Do I have a second? Was that Commissioner Butler? Very good. Let's see. Jeff, could I ask you to read off the roll, please?
Certainly. Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director. Commissioner Ashworth?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
Commissioner Payton?
Yes.
Commissioner Sands?
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin?
Yes.
Commissioner Struckoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Willie?
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Very good. Thank you very much. At this point, I should ask, do we have any reports from committees that have met over the past month?
Seeing none, I'll ask Jeff, by the way, David Carter, Chair. There were two written communications in our agenda packets. Have we received any from the public aside from the two that were listed?
Jeff Crick, Planning Development Services Director.
Communications were part of your packet that we had there. All communications that we received related to general items or the materials on the application this evening are all part of your packet.
Very good. Thank you, David Carter, Chair. And is any action needed on either the items that, or any of the documents that were shared with the packet?
Jeff Crick, Planning Development Services Director. No, they were just for informational purposes.
Very good. Thank you, David Carter, Chair. Have we received any written communications from staff, other planning commissioners or other commissioners? I think that's for Jeff.
Let's see.
Two.
Jeff Crick, Planning Development Services Director. We have not received any of those items.
Thank you. And any written action of waiver requests or determinations made by the city engineer?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. No other items on that item this evening.
Thank you. With that, I'll turn it over to the board. Do we have any ex parte communications to report? Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I had a few conversations regarding item 4. A few in the community, one from Dawn Bueller, Executive Director of Friends of the Caw, who had heard of some environmental concerns in the community, and she had had conversations with Evergy and felt that those had been kind of put to rest. Also with Thad Holcomb, same kind of coming in communication. He had one kind of outstanding question about whether or not some of the trees that are being slated to be removed could be left. And we can have that discussion later on. And also I met for a site visit on the Evergy property with Damon Ray and Colin, whose last name I didn't get, and worked with Jared Morrison, also with Evergy, to set up that visit.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Willie. David Carter, Chair. Any others? Commissioner Carpenter.
I sat in on the Zoom meeting of Thad Holcomb's group, Lettuce Watts, where they discussed item number 4.
Very good. Thank you. David Carter, Chair. Any others? Okay, I disclose that I did have correspondence with Steve Scannell about his the length of his presentation this evening. I'll cover that when we get to, that's on item 3, I believe. I'll cover that when we get to that item. All right, any others? Very good. Any declarations of abstention from specific agenda items by commissioners? All right, seeing none. This is a part of the agenda where we open to general public comment on any items not on the agenda already. We don't have anyone signed up. Luke and Jeff, could I ask you to confirm if there's anyone in the commission chamber to speak?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. No one is here to speak on general public comment for the item, or excuse me, for general public comment.
Okay, very good. Thank you. David Carter, Chair. With that, let's turn this to our regular agenda. Item 1, consider approving a variance of subdivision regulations for Fall Creek Farms. And I believe, Sandy, you're going to present to us on that.
Sandy, or
Yeah.
can you? Okay, very good. Thank you.
Sorry, my computer was being a bit stubborn there for a moment.
No, I just want to make sure you could hear me.
Yes. Sandy Day, Planning Office. Thank you, commissioners, for attending this evening. I'm with the Planning Office. This item for your consideration is related to the minor subdivision to consolidate 2 platted lots into a single subdivision, thereby extending basically the rear yard of the existing residence that's located on the west side of the property. Minor subdivisions are typically are administrative, except for the variance request associated with this particular project. The original subdivision was approved prior to 2006, before the current subdivision regulations require public sidewalks on both sides of the street. Public improvements in this area were completed between 2003 and 2006 with that design standard of sidewalks on just one side. This application for replat to combine the properties does not require any public improvements. In lieu of constructing the public sidewalk along Running Ridge Road for Fall Creek Farm, staff recommended the applicant execute an agreement not to protest the formation of a benefit district for future sidewalk improvements. This defers the construction of the sidewalk to the future to coincide with either a change of development pattern in the neighborhood or future street improvement project. The variance from the subdivision design standard is technically required, and the proposed variance is consistent with the development pattern of the surrounding subdivision with sidewalks on just one side of the street. The proposed minor subdivision is to consolidate the property and to expand that rear yard. New residential development of the lot is not proposed. No new street construction or street improvements are proposed in that area in the foreseeable future. Construction of the sidewalk with no other improvements would be a hardship to the property owner that other properties in this subdivision would not be subject to. Public health, safety, and welfare are not harmed by deferring the sidewalk construction, and execution of the agreement is consistent with preserving the ability to construct the sidewalk at a future date. Staff concurred with the applicant's request for the variance for the condition that the developer execute the agreement. This would be the only action the Planning Commission has to take on this item. The final plat does have, the minor subdivision does go to the City Commission because there is a small easement that's being dedicated with this project for the City Commission to accept that easement. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have on the project.
Thank you, Sandy. David Carter, Chair. And is Mr. Maurer here to say anything about this project?
Yeah, this is Mr. Maurer with Plant Engineering, and we don't have anything really to add to Sandy's presentation. We're just trying to combine two lots. It just so happens it didn't have a sidewalk on it, so no problem.
Thank you, Mr. Maurer. Thank you, Mr. Maurer. David Carter, Chair. Let's see, we don't have anyone signed up to speak on this item. Could I ask Luke and Jeff to please confirm that no one is there to speak on this item in the Commission chamber?
Jeff Crick, Planning Development Services. No one is here to speak on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, I'll turn it over to the Commission for any questions that you might have for staff or the applicant. None. I guess I just have a clarifying question for staff. With the change in requirements over the years to have sidewalks on both sides of the street, where that has taken place, has it typically or exclusively happened when the road was being improved or some other major construction was taking place?
That's generally correct. The subdivision regulations require that sidewalk improvements be constructed concurrently with street improvements. In this particular case, the street is already constructed. So when we see subdivisions that are further subdividing properties or new street construction, we have seen the sidewalk go in on that kind of a project.
Thank you, Sandy. David Carter, Chair. Any other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Sands.
The question for staff, Rob Sands, Planning Commissioner, questions for staff. First off, if this were to be disapproved, which sidewalk, which sections of sidewalk will we be talking about? The southern and the eastern, I assume?
Sandy Day Planning, that is correct. There's a segment of Fall Creek Farm Road and then Running Ridge Road that is specifically adjacent to this property. Otherwise, the sidewalks are on the opposite side of the street from the property.
So another question, Rob Sands, Planning Commissioner. So North Running Ridge Road doesn't have a sidewalk on the west side. Is that still the case?
Sandy Day Planning Office, yes, that is the case.
So really it wouldn't be, so is city proposing to put a sidewalk on that? On the west side of North Running Ridge Road?
Sandy Day Planning Office, no, the city is not planning on it. The only reason that it would go in would be if there was some kind of significant development change to the pattern. Properties suddenly started being further subdivided with many more lots in there, or if the city were to do some kind of street improvement project for the sidewalk to go in, or if there was some petition from property owners to add sidewalk.
Okay, Rob Sands, Planning Commissioner. So the design guidelines would then dictate as a sidewalk to connect on the southern edge of the lot of the property line. Over.
Sandy Day, that's correct.
Okay. Last question, if I can. So with the no protest to form a benefit district for sidewalk improvement, would that, I'm asking you to look into the future. Would that sidewalk improvement be just for this section of sidewalk, this southern section of sidewalk, or would that realistically be for the whole neighborhood general sidewalk improvement?
Sandy Day Planning Office. It is probably unlikely that you would see a benefit district for just one single lot in a subdivision like this. I would expect that there would be some force in the future demanding or requiring a public sidewalk on all sides of the streets in that subdivision. And the city could, either through the formation of a benefit district or property owners petitioning for that kind of improvement through a benefit district for the financing piece of it. So that is, it's unlikely that it would be just one lot within the subdivision.
Is David Carter Chair, is that answer your question, Commissioner Sands?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. I just want to add that it would basically be for any type of sidewalk that would benefit that property is how it would work. Because they wouldn't be included in any assessment district if they weren't benefited. So if a sidewalk were to benefit that property, then they could not protest.
Very good. Thank you, Randy. David Carter Chair, other questions for staff or the applicant? Commissioner Carpenter.
Looking at the staff report on page 8, figure 1, where we have existing sidewalks. There is a sidewalk to the west that's already there that goes up to the north side of Fall Creek Drive. There's a small piece of sidewalk on the northwest corner of the roundabout and a gap in between, part of where they're asking for this variance. So help me understand why, with this variance request, part of the stated reason is because we don't want gaps. I mean, we would create gaps, forcing people to cross the street, and we already have a gap in between two sections of sidewalk abutting the south side of this property. So help me with the reasoning here.
Sandy Day Planning Office. The piece of sidewalk that you see around the north arc of the roundabout is part of that particular feature of that design, and it carries you forward to other sidewalks as you connect out through there. I don't know that the city engineer provided a great deal of analysis for me when we looked at this particular question to defer sidewalk. Certainly connecting that piece of it from Wilderness Way to the roundabout along North Fall Creek Drive would fill in that particular gap, but then that's it. It doesn't extend any further. I think the other contributing factor is that there's no planned improvement, that this is a subdivision to consolidate property and extend that rear yard. Now, the property owner has plans to do things with that rear yard, but it's not construction oriented per se, and the applicant may be able to speak more to that. So from that perspective, I think because we weren't going to see other kinds of building permit or other kinds of construction going on in that particular property, the city engineer was comfortable with allowing the variant or supporting the variance with the caveat of the agreement not to protest.
Thank you, Sandy. David Carter, Chair. Mr. Maurer, would you like to say anything to add to that?
CL Maurer with Land Plan Engineering. I mean, the applicant is is only doing this just so he can use that lot for different activities for like putting or golfing. It will be no structures on this thing, my understanding. So it's not a, we're following what the guidelines of the city to combine these. He couldn't use this lot for what he intended to do, just to build some things on it, because the covenants don't allow accessory uses like that. So we're kind of caught in a catch-22. And now all of a sudden we've got a variance we had to request because according to the code, you have to have a sidewalk. So it just kind of snowballed for something that was actually pretty simple to start, which we thought was going to be simple. So, I mean, he is not trying to use this property for other structures of building and stuff like that. So I understand what they're trying to do on the city gapping and getting the sidewalk, but that means if you want to do it for the whole community, then he won't protest a benefit district if you do that for the whole community within Fall Creek. So it's an avenue later on to get that done. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maurer. David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Carpenter, has your question been answered?
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner, to the extent it can be, I suppose.
Very good. Thank you. David Carter, Chair. Any other questions from commissioners? I'm sorry, Commissioner Payton.
Commissioner Payton, I wasn't sure if you could see me there, sorry.
My fault.
So maybe kind of to piggyback on what Commissioner Carpenter said, but my experience has been a lot of transportation advocacy, and one of the things that I feel like I've been a part of is looking at sidewalks and you know the sidewalk gap infill. I don't really remember a lot from what we talked about gap infill, but I'm looking at this and I've just seen in the past where a lot of our gaps have come from, where we wish we had sidewalks. I mean, it's tough to look at this property because of the kind of property it is. It seems like the development pattern, as was mentioned, doesn't necessarily suggest that we desperately need it, but I also see a lot of gaps that we've had or places in the past where a sidewalk was only needed on one side of the street. And I don't exactly know what the situation here was, but when we look at things like safe routes to school now, we'll see locations where there is a gap on one side of the street, but there is a sidewalk on one side of the street. It just happens to go back and forth between which side of the street it's on. So we have places where we have gaps now that we're trying to figure out how to go back and fill them. One example is, say, on Inverness, where a kid walking to school at Southwest would have to cross the street 4 times. So I guess I kind of would like to know, if you're thinking about the future and not just, you know, the impact of this particular place right now, how that really is going to impact the future and what we end up having to do. I understand we have the no protest for the benefit district, but I'm wondering, I guess I want a little bit more information on how that benefit district would work and really what that means as far as whether or when a sidewalk gets built. If anyone can provide that information, maybe Sandy.
Sandy Day planning, one of the things that I would point out is if this applicant were not proposing to combine the property and a property owner came forward and wanted to build a residence on on this east half of it, that applicant could pull a building permit today and build a house, and there's no requirement to add sidewalk at this point in time. Both North Running Ridge and Fall Creek Drive in this area, these are all local streets. They were not flagged or identified as part of the GAP program. We have on other subdivisions where we've had maybe a similar kind of thing where we had a bigger piece of ground and somebody was wanting to subdivide and add maybe 2 or 3 or 4 lots in there, and there was no existing sidewalk. We have required them to do that public improvement, even if the existing street was there, to meet that. And there are times where that's the only part of the block where the sidewalk exists, because that was the opportunity to get that particular piece of sidewalk for that project. I think the fact in this particular case, it just didn't kind of rise to that high level of either being part of an identified gap piece, that there's no active building construction associated with the consolidation of the lots. It's not a division of property. That's where that was coming from. As far as the benefit district goes, the city could move forward for executing that benefit district and making sidewalk improvements with that value assessment going back to those property, or to that property, that single property owner, and constructing sidewalk just along this property. I don't know that the mobilization of resources to construct that particular piece of sidewalk for just this particular piece is especially efficient. So I don't, I would assume that that sidewalk construction would come forward at the request of a property owner or the subject property owner.
Thank you, Sandy. David Carter, Chair. Other questions, comments? Sandy, I have one question, and that is just practically, would it be possible to grant a variance only on Running Ridge Road, but still require a sidewalk on the south end of the property, that is on the north side of Fall Creek Drive?
Sandy Day Planning Office, yes, that is within the commission's purview.
Because, to David Carter, Chair, to Commissioner Payden's point earlier, North Fall Creek Drive is one of these streets we see on the west of the roundabout. The sidewalk is on the south side of the street, and on the to the east of the roundabout, it's on the north side of the street. So someone wanting to traverse that area has to cross 2 roads. If they want to go from, say, North Wilderness Way east, they'd have to cross the street 1, 2, 3 times, as opposed to just once. So that would be the only thing I would see as far as, a benefit to denying any part of the variance. Any other, Commissioner Willie?
So I guess what strikes me is that if a building permit wouldn't trigger requiring sidewalks in this case, then it seems like not building something on it maybe shouldn't trigger that as a need. So I mean, I'm in favor of sidewalks, and we've certainly been pushing for them on both sides of the street and other places. I did drive this property, and it's pretty wide open. The streets are wide, the sidewalks are wide, and it seems pretty usable the way it is. It doesn't seem that it's especially needed, but what really, and I would do it anyway, but what compels me is Sandy saying that a building permit wouldn't even trigger that requirement at this point. So I just throw that out for other people to consider.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. David Carter, Chair. Other questions, observations? Motions? Sorry for the silence, but without a motion, it's difficult to move forward unless somebody has another question. Commissioner Shanklin. Oh, I can't hear you.
I'd like to move to approve the request.
Okay. Would you care to be more specific in your motion? I think if you use your agenda packet, you can specify the terms.
Okay. I'd like to move to approve the variance from section 2811C of the subdivision regulations for Fall Creek Farm as requested. Do I need to elaborate further?
I'm not the attorney. I think that seems appropriate. Sandy, do we need anything more specific? Does that cover it?
Sandy Day, planning. No, I believe that covers it.
Thank you. David Carter, Chair. Do I have a second? Commissioner Ashworth, by hand motion. Any further discussion? All right. Jeff, could I ask you to read the roll, please?
Certainly. Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
No.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
Commissioner Payton?
No.
Commissioner Sands?
No.
Commissioner Shanklin?
Yes.
Commissioner Struckoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Willie?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-3.
Thank you very much, Jeff. David Carter, Chair. That takes us to item 2.
Consider a variance from, of the subdivision regulations for a minor subdivision at 1312 West 6th Street. And I believe, Luke, you're going to speak to us on this. Is that right?
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Luke Mortensen, planner with the Planning and Development Services Department. As Commissioner Carter just stated, item number 2 tonight is a request for variance from the required right-of-way width for a principal arterial street as expressed by section 20-810 of the city's land development code. This is in relation to an in-process minor subdivision associated with 1312 West 6th Street. As you're all aware, minor subdivision replats are processed administratively. However, the Planning Commission approval is required for variances from the subdivision design standards, of which right-of-way width is 1. The applicant has submitted a minor subdivision replat to create one platted lot from its existing condition of numerous platted lots. The applicant seeks to maintain the existing 100-foot wide West 6th Street right-of-way and seeks a variance from the requirement of dedicating 1/2 of that required additional right-of-way, which would be 25 feet in this instance. Both staff and the applicant's analysis is included in memo form within tonight's agenda packet, but I will just note that the required right-of-way width of 150 feet is the result of the adoption of the current land development code in 2006 and is intended for newly developed rights-of-way. The Planning Commission has recently approved a variance for this same standard for the existing Casey's and Panda pediatric sites, which are located along the same stretch of West 6th Street. Finally, the city engineer, Dave Cronin, has recommended approval of this variance. I will also note that following tonight's outcome, the applicant will continue to work with staff on this minor subdivision replat and its associated site plan development project. Both of those are administratively reviewed and approved. To conclude, staff recommends the Planning Commission approve the variance requested to reduce the right-of-way required per section 20-810 for a principal arterial street from 150 feet to 100 feet in accordance with the provisions per section 20-813 of the Land Development Code for the property addressed as 1312 West 6th Street. With that, I'll wrap it up and I'll note that the applicant is on the meeting tonight. And as always, I can stand for questions.
Thank you, Luke. David Carter, Chair. Mr. Grove, would you like to add anything?
No, Dane Grove Engineering. I think Luke covered everything. I think it's important though, look at the site plan that, losing 25 feet of property would, take away from a lot of the available parking area in front. So it's not just giving up the right of way, but it really affects and would take a lot of usable property away from the project. So appreciate your consideration and thanks Luke for his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Grove. David Carter, Chair. We don't have anyone signed up for public comments. I'm going to ask Luke and Jeff to confirm that there's no one in the commission chamber to speak on this item.
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. There is no one here to speak on this item this evening.
All right, thank you very much, David Carter, Chair. So I'll turn it back over to the commission for questions to staff.
Or the applicant. Or if there are no questions, I'd also accept a motion. Commissioner Shanklin.
I do have a point of information I'd just like clarification on, and I think this may be for Attorney Larkin. I noticed that there were sites to 2017 and 2018 cases where similar variances were approved. And when I went back to look at the 2017 case, it cited 8 more cases of a similar kind where these variances were approved on other streets. Haskell, notably 2 of those, and Peterson and Newsdahl and a couple of others. And I just wondered, are we at a point where we should change our street designations if these are just being approved based on previous approvals? Or should we have some other method of approving them so that they're more summary approvals? Just a question.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. I think those are just, when they cite other cases like that, they're not precedential. We need to look at all these cases on a case-by-case basis, how they are. Each case presents its own thing, but staff may say, in similar circumstances, this was done earlier, but it's not a precedent. You have the right to look at each case on its own facts to determine whether or not it's it. My guess is the rights of way and the requirements for these streets are set already through the standards. I think the engineer is currently going through and reassessing those. I don't know where they are in the process or even if they've even started it, but I do know they're talking about reassessing city standards regarding widths of streets and various different things. I just don't know where that's at.
Thank you, Randy. David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Shanklin, does that answer your question?
It does.
Great. I'd actually, David Carter, Chair, I'd actually like to turn that, a similar question over to staff, I guess to Sandy or Luke. Or excuse me, to Luke or Jeff. Basically, does 6th Street have the appropriate designation if so many properties along that alignment receive
Permission to reduce their right of way?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. We believe it does. Part of the request for the variances stems from the designation of the streets as part of Transportation 2040 and its major thoroughfares map. And there is a link between the street's designation and what the right-of-way would be anticipated if it was coming in as a new street, a greenfield development, if you will. Part of the reviews that we do is in these variances and items like that is to ask the city engineer to evaluate the streets. Will there be an expansion project? Are there anticipated improvements that may require the addition of the right-of-way? And that's usually where we speak with those items, trying to find out if we need more right-of-way, how much, what does it entail, and those kind of items in there. You see these variances pretty frequently, honestly, because a lot of the subdivisions that will occur will happen on streets that will have been constructed, in the case of 6th Street, maybe 60, 70 years ago, depending upon when it was. And while the rights of way is still adequate, that expansion is part of that linkage to Transportation 2040 is just kind of growing over time. So Randy had mentioned that MSO is looking at some of those street configurations and those designations. We also do that as part of our metropolitan transportation planning efforts that we do. So we do that on a pretty frequent basis to take a look and see, is there more designations and what that entails for the right of way, and a larger review usually occurs about every 5 years as part of that transportation planning effort. So with this street this evening, based on what the city engineer had indicated to us, we believe it has enough right of way as it is to accommodate the development they anticipate.
Very good. Thank you, Jeff. David Carter, Chair. Further questions or motions?
Commissioner Ashworth.
I'll make a motion.
Yes.
Sharon Ashworth, Planning Commission. I move that we approve the variance requested for a minor subdivision, MS 20-00298, to reduce the right-of-way required per section 2810 for a principal arterial street from 150 feet to 100 feet in accordance with the provisions of section 2813 of the Land Development Code for property located at 1312 West 6th Street.
Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. David Carter, Chair. Do I have a second? Commissioner Payden. Any further discussion? Okay, Jeff, could I ask you to read the roll, please?
Certainly. Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services.
Commissioner Ashworth?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
Commissioner Payden?
Yes.
Commissioner Sands?
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin?
Yes.
Commissioner Struckoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Willie?
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Very good. Thank you, Jeff. David Carter, Chair. That brings us to item 3. Consider approving a special use permit for the Stratford Water Tower for the construction of a new water tank and demolition of the existing tank.
And Sandy, I believe you're going to present to us on that. And I think several other people are going to be presenting with you.
Sandy Day, Planning. Yes, I will have a very brief presentation introduction, and then Leah Morris and Andrew Hansen with Black and Veatch will do the bulk of the presentation for you as an update to what we have done since the last discussion that we've had of this property.
Very good. Thank you.
The item before you tonight is a special use permit for a proposed major utility facility or water tank project. Subject property is the Water Tower Park, located on the northwest corner of Stratford Road and Sunset Drive. The existing water tank is located in the northwest quadrant of the park, and the proposed new tank would be located in the northeast quadrant. Following the August Planning Commission meeting, staff prepared a survey for the neighborhood input, and Leah Morris, project engineer with Municipal Services and Operations, will present the findings in just a moment. Staff contacted Parks and Recreation staff regarding the health of existing trees as a topic that came up from our last meeting, as well as the existing play equipment located in the southwest quadrant of the park. Several trees will be removed in the near future because of disease. And the play equipment, if the tower is relocated, would not be reused within the park. If the water tank is moved to that quadrant of the park, then park staff would meet with the neighborhood to develop a plan for that new equipment and placement within the park. There's been no additional commitments from any of the communication providers about co-locating on that new tower. Co-location on the new tower will have much more streamlined appearance than the current equipment that is attached to the exterior of the tank. Additionally, only the Douglas County equipment is required to be fenced to provide a multiple layer of security. So fencing in the park can be limited to just the communication building or buildings, and that overall footprint and improvements to be very limited, thus opening up green space within the park for use. There are no plans or pending requests to construct a separate communication tower in the park. Such a plan would require separate approval and permission from the city to proceed. Staff's recommendation for the location of the new tower was not altered by the findings and additional information that we provided in the packet. The recommended location is both feasible and financially prudent location for the new structure within the park. Staff recognizes the community's preference for the existing tower to either remain or for the new tower to be constructed in that current location. The Planning Commission's role this evening is as an advisory board. The additional budgetary impacts of the project, such as rebuilding the new tower in the same location, is the discretion of the City Commission. Special use request is related to the appropriateness of the use within the park, and the final location of the tank can be directed specifically by the City Commission, with this body providing advisory direction to the Commission based on staff report as well as the public comment. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think you may want to hear Leah and Andrew's presentation. They actually are going to do some screen sharing because there is a lot of complicated information to cover. And I'll leave it with Leah unless you have a specific question for me at this time.
No, thank you, Sandy. David Carter, Chair, please proceed.
Thank you, Commissioners. This is Leah Morris, Treatment Division Manager, and I'm going to now share my screen for the PowerPoint that I've prepared. And just to confirm, can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening, everybody. This is again the Stratford Water Tower Replacement Project Update presentation. I am Leah Morris. I am the Treatment Division Manager as well as the Project Manager for this project. Sandy Day is the planner that has been assisting us with this project, and Andrew Hansen is with Black & Veatch representing the consultant on the job. Our agenda for this evening, introductions, which we've just done. We're going to review the project again, just to bring everybody up to speed on what we presented back in August. And then we're going to follow up with the update with the survey results and then proceed on to the next steps. And just as a reminder, the project website is shown on the screen now. Andrew, I'm going to turn the presentation over to you for the review.
Andrew Hansen, Black & Veatch. Thank you, Leah. Thank you, Commission. The Stratford water tank is the oldest elevated tank in Lawrence's distribution system, and it was constructed in 1954. Back at that time, in 54, it was way on the west periphery of the distribution system. Since that time, the city's expanded primarily to the west, and now it's almost in the center of the city, and it's served from the Clinton Water Treatment Plant. The existing tank is 500,000 gallons and approximately 132 feet tall with a tank diameter of 56 feet. The last time that the tank was recoated, it was coated with a paint that encapsulated the lead-based coatings on the tank. This is not ideal from an engineering perspective and could be referred to as a Band-Aid approach. Beyond service to the water distribution system, the tank's also critical in support of the 3 cell providers, as well as Douglas County EMS, who have antennas located on the tank. Next slide, please. So back in 2014, Black & Veatch performed a condition assessment and found significant areas of structural concern with the tank. Shown here, the photo on the right is a picture of one of the foundations that shows the deterioration of the concrete. There's multiple foundations within that structure that would need to be replaced as part of a rehabilitation project. There's a lot of metal deterioration, most notably some of the internal access platforms within the tank itself. Another major thing to note is that when we did our inspection, the cathodic protection for the tank, which protects the steel against corrosion, was literally laying in the bottom of the tank. So we would expect that since we inspected the tank in 2014, there's been quite a bit of additional metal corrosion and deterioration that's occurred. To properly repair the tank, it would be our recommendation that all the coatings be removed down to bare metal. As mentioned, these coatings are lead-based, so removal of them would require tenting of the entire structure, which you understand how enormous that tower is and how difficult it would be to contain all those lead materials. Some other things that were found were OSHA items that are no longer compliant with current standards, most notably the ladders and the safety climbing systems. So recognizing at that time in 2014 that the tank has a finite service life, we performed a net present value evaluation that compared rehabilitation of the tank versus construction of a new tank. Next slide, please. Based upon those recommendations, it was our professional recommendation that the tank be replaced, and we recommended that a composite style tank similar to the Stone Ridge tank be installed. The primary reason is they're most common in the industry right now, and they provide the lowest maintenance. Recall a composite tank consists of a concrete pedestal, shown here in the rendering as gray, with a steel reservoir on the top, shown here in white. Our most recent evaluations done as part of this project, we compared a 500,000 gallon tank against a 750,000 gallon tank. Primarily, the 750,000 gallon tank provides economy of scale. The dollars per gallon is much lower. In addition, there's benefit to the operations. There's additional emergency capacity, and obviously there's increased fire flow. The new tank would be similar in height to the existing at a height of 132 feet. The pedestal is 32-foot diameter, and the reservoir would be 70 foot as compared to the existing 56-foot tank. To note, the Douglas County EMS is extremely critical to the operations of emergency city operations. So they'll be located on top of the tank, and their supporting equipment would be housed in an adjacent building shown here on the rendering just to the left of the column. That building would be secured with an ornamental aluminum fence. In the future, we'll provide provisions that cellular tower providers could mount their antennas at the transition between the concrete and steel part of the tank, basically the transition between the gray and the white. Their buildings would be similar to the EMS buildings located just to the left or the west of the tower. With that, I'll turn it back over to Leah.
Thank you, Andrew. Leah Morris, Treatment Division Manager. Commissioners, at the August 24th Planning Commission meeting, we presented the approval for the project preliminary plat, which we did get approval on, and we also sought approval for the special use permit, and again, what we're doing tonight. And in that meeting on August 24th, we received direction to return to the neighborhood for input in regards to the proposed tower location. So at that point, the MSO department hosted an online survey from September 10th until October 5th. Letters to the surrounding residents were sent out on September 15th to encourage the neighborhood to participate in that survey, which is shown on the map. The survey, we asked for a few things: the address of the participants. We asked for their preferred ranking of the park space, and their choices in that question were playground equipment, the practice field, green space, and pedestrian pathway, for a total of 4 choices. And we also asked for their preferred ranking of the proposed tower location, and their choices were northeast, and you can see that in the black on the screen. And that's where we're proposing it. The southeast quadrant, where the existing practice field is, as shown in the blue. And then the southwest quadrant, where the existing park equipment is, that's shown in the red. I want to be clear that the department did not provide the existing location as an option to this question. We understand that the residents would prefer to keep the tower in the existing location in any capacity, but we understand from the last meeting and presentation that this is not a financially responsible selection for the city, as it would add an estimated $1 million to the current $3.8 million budget. So the final item on the survey was asking for additional comments that the property owners have on the project. The map is showing the addresses of the survey respondents. And as you can see, it was primarily the surrounding area that responded to this survey, but we did get responses from residences west of Bob Billings and Castle, as far south as 25th and Alabama, and as far north as 6th and Schwartz. There were 15 responses that were outside of the 400-foot boundary that I identified in the slide before, and a total of 78 letters were sent out in terms of within that 400-foot boundary. And so when I refer to the neighborhood or the boundary, that's what I'm talking about, is that 400-foot distance from all sides of the property. So we wanted to specify and make everybody understand that we think it's really important that the neighborhood's results have weight in the participation of this survey. So this image depicts the overall ranking of the proposed location of the new tower according to the property on the survey. So the survey results show that the residents that live to the north of the park want the tower to go to the southwest, and that the residents that live to the south of the park want the tower to go to the northeast. We feel that these results have more weight than the overall survey because, again, these are the residents that are within that boundary, within 400 feet of the property. The next slide depicts their overall choice on the park amenity. And overwhelmingly, green space was selected as the most important feature. The residents that live to the southwest did pick the playground equipment as the most important feature. And again, this is within that 400-foot boundary of the park property. So this slide depicts the total results. So when you recap and you look inside that 400-foot boundary, the first choice of the tower location is into the northeast. But when you look at the total results in terms of the respondents, both inside and outside the 400-foot boundary, they selected the southwest, and then you can see the second and third choices. And the park amenity and the usage preference, again, within the boundary was green space as well as outside of the boundary as well. I want to add that the comments of the survey, that fourth question where we added, for additional comments, it addressed things like noise coming from the existing buildings, the concrete pathway that we're showing as proposed, and feedback in regards to wanting to keep the existing tower and rehabilitate it or build it back where it exists now. But again, this is not the recommendation from the department. So that brings us to our location proposal, which we are proposing again to go into the northeast quadrant. This gives us the ability to retain the existing trees, as Sandy discussed earlier. It gives us the ability to retain the existing park equipment. Again, that's very important to the southwest part of that neighborhood. This shortens the utility extensions that would be required for the tower as well as the underneath and any additional buildings. This would fit within the project budget, and it serves for the existing geotechnical information that we currently have. In order to propose additional green space enhancements, because again, that was the most important park feature according to the survey. If the commission approves, we are in support of removing the proposed pathway that we're showing. This was what was recommended by Parks and Rec Department because there is kind of a footpath existing there now for students to walk through. So they thought a concrete path might be a little bit better to maintain. But if it's under the commission's support, we would also support the removal of that path to preserve the green space. So moving forward, seeking approval tonight, we would then go to the City Commission in November to seek final approval of the special use permit. We would then finalize construction drawings and get right-of-way acquisition and utility easement acquisition. And then bids hopefully would go forth in February, and then be able to give notice to proceed to the awarding contractor in March. And then the new tank would be in service late summer in 2022, followed immediately by the existing tank demolition immediately after that. Do I have any questions from the commission?
David Carter, Chair, I think you very well might. I think our procedures call on us to open to public comment next, assuming the presentation is done. Sandy, could I ask, is there anything else to add?
I do not have anything to add. Sandy Day, Planning.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Morris, for your presentation as well. So David Carter, Chair. So this is the part where we open up to public comment. As folks who attended in August know, our standard limit for public comment is 3 minutes. I did receive a request from one of the people speaking this evening to be granted 5 minutes, and given the detail with which he has corresponded with city staff, I think that is a reasonable request. But out of a matter of fairness, I think what I need to do is give anyone speaking up to 5 minutes to speak. What I would ask is that if you can, please restrict your comments to 3 minutes. If you only got 3 minutes worth of material, please keep it at that. But we won't interrupt you until 5 minutes. So with that, I would, the first person signed up is Carol Jones. Is Carol Jones available?
Okay. Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
You might want to scoot up close to the microphone. Good evening. Thanks for your time and consideration. I was surprised to hear Sandy Day say that she thought the tower could go anywhere if you approved this application for the SUP. The site plan that is attached to the application shows the new water tower in the northeast quadrant, and I think it is specific to that. So I think if you think a new tower should not be in the northeast quadrant of the park, it should be in some other area, you should vote to disapprove the permit application. And likewise, if you think a new tower should not be built now because the existing tower's useful life is far from over, you should vote to disapprove the permit application tonight. My second point is that in your thinking about this application, I hope that you're not imagining that what is being proposed is just the swapping of an old water tower for a new water tower. Both the proposal to move the tower from the northwest to the northeast part of the park and changing its design will substantially decrease public enjoyment of that park. The bulk of the old tower is its tank, which is held high in the air by multiple legs set at a distance from one another. At ground level, where we all live and experience our surroundings, the old tower is open and light. The existing cell phone structures that clutter the base of the existing tower are due to the city's permitting telecommunications companies to operate there. Removal of the cell phone carriers would restore the intended light and open design there. In contrast, the proposed new tower design at human level is an enormous solid pillar. It's 32 feet across. It's a massive gray concrete obstruction fit only for an industrial site. It's where it ought to be. I urge you to disapprove the SUP application. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. David Carter, Chair. Next on the list is Charles Jones.
Hi, thank you. It was said that there was a net cost benefit study done that justified this new tower. If you read the actual report, you'll find that fixing the existing tower is the least cost strategy. The city argues that there will be additional maintenance needed on the tank to fulfill its planned useful life. And I want to say something about that. It was also said that facilities have defined useful lives. When this facility was built, when the tank was built, its defined useful life was between 60 and 100 years. The city drew a line and assumed that it would be operative for 80 years. That's 20 more years, and maybe longer. We've talked to a number of people who operate these tanks, and they do many times extend beyond that date. So what we're doing is basically lopping off 20 years of useful life. There will be repairs needed on the existing sites. They show you pictures of chipped concrete and rust, but that was anticipated for a tank that's 60 years old. And those costs are built into the analysis, to the fiscal analysis in the alternatives plan that I've sent to you. And even if you include all of those costs, it's still significantly less expensive in terms of current expenditure and net present value to fix the old tank. They talk about this stuff about lead coming down and all that, but don't you think that there are going to be lead problems if they tear down the existing tank? Do you think that those issues will simply disappear? The city argues that there's been additional damage between 2014 and today. Well, I imagine that's true, and it somewhat infuriates me. What was the city doing for the last 6 years? Why didn't they improve the tank? This begins to feel a little bit like demolition by neglect, to just ignore a problem until you can tear it down. The city, it was mentioned that the city doesn't approve the idea of building in the existing location because of the idea of costs of pumps and tanks to keep the water pressure where it is. But they admit, and it's written in their alternatives report, that they did not study that possibility. They don't know how much it would actually cost. And so this $1 million figure that they've come up with is just something on the back of an envelope. We deserve, the neighborhood deserves, the city deserves to have a more considerate look than just a random guess at how much it's going to cost to provide tanks and pumps. It's an interesting point that the city, that it was raised by Mr. Hansen, I believe it was, that moving to 750 gallons from 500 gallons is, or 500,000 gallons is a good financial move and will improve operations. But we looked at the study, we had an engineer look at the study, and that's not what the study concludes. The study concludes that going from 500,000 to 750,000 gallons will not improve operations. Finally, the city continues to hold that moving the tank isn't going to cause diminution of property values. Well, I would just ask you to think in terms of common sense. Drive around the park and ask yourself, will those houses that are now that will become underneath this kind of looming structure, ask yourself whether that will affect their property values. Now, property values have been affected, and the tower was built before the houses were built, and so the property values have been baked into what's going on already. But to shift that means that there's going to be a substantial adverse impact on a number of us neighbors who live at the periphery of the park and who bought our houses because they were beautiful in terms of the periphery of the park. I'll just say two other things about the survey. Mostly it was kind of useless. But I will say that they note that the single pedestal, as my wife pointed out, will provide more green space. But don't you think that at some point, we took a tour of towers all around the city, and every one of them was fenced except for one, and that one was in a lot behind a 24-hour fire station. don't you think that for security reasons or to discourage vandalism, that at some point, excuse me, there's something interrupted, that at some point there will be a move to fence that perimeter? Doesn't that seem perfectly reasonable? And if that happens, we not only lose green space, but the entrance to the park, the doorway to the park, as Carol said, it looks like a prison. And the other thing is,
Thank you, Mr. Jones. You're at 5 minutes.
This crazy sort of double speak that they're going to put in a concrete walkway to preserve green space. I just can't get my head around that kind of thinking.
Thank you,
So
Mr. Jones.
I thank you for your
5 minutes.
consideration, and I hope that you will vote against this special use permit.
Thank you. David Carter, Chair. Next on the list is James Bartle. Is Mr. Bartle there?
Hello. Yes, fine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is James Bartle, and I'm the owner of the property at 1642 Oxford Road. In August, this commission voted to defer the city's SUP application in order to allow for continued discussions with the neighbors. And I can report to you tonight that there have not been meaningful discussions between the city and members of the community. Instead, as you've heard, the city has unilaterally decided to conduct an online survey of some, but not all, concerned property owners. This commission never gave any indication that a survey would be an appropriate way to continue discussions regarding the water tower project with the neighbors. And property owners never requested or agreed to any such survey. Now, keep in mind that for purposes of this application, it's the city that is the applicant, and it has the burden to demonstrate that its application should be granted. It has the responsibility to answer questions and provide information. It doesn't have the right to require members of the community to answer their questions or to say that certain topics are off limits or that the opinions of certain neighbors don't matter, which is what this survey has done. Now, many people didn't even know about this survey, and the city says that it sent notice to homeowners within 400 feet of the park. My house is right across the street from the park. I did not receive notice. I understand that the Roissner family, their house on Stratford looks out directly on the park. They never received notice either. So something is not right. Furthermore, this commission never said that continuing the dialogue with the neighborhood meant that only those people within 400 feet of the park could provide input. I can tell you that this is a matter of general concern for the entire West Hills neighborhood. There are many people who live outside this 400-foot bubble that have legitimate concerns about this project. And why do their voices not matter? It's true that there is a 400-foot notification requirement in certain situations, but this requirement does not apply in this case. And limiting the survey population ultimately becomes unduly restrictive, arbitrary, and capricious, and it means that the results of this survey are meaningless. The survey itself, as you've heard, purports to address the location of the water tower, and everyone is aware that there's strong support for keeping the tower in its existing location, which is in the northwest quadrant. But the survey doesn't even include the northwest quadrant as a location for an option to people to indicate their preference. So as a practical matter, the survey doesn't permit people to express their opinion that the city disagrees with. Henry Ford said that you could have any color Model T you wanted as long as it was black. And we've got the same situation here. If your views are at odds with those of the city, they don't want to hear them, and they're unwilling to discuss them with you. You should give the survey no weight in your consideration of this matter. And because the city has failed to comply with the conditions of the deferral that was voted upon back in August, your duty is to deny this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bartle. David Carter, Chair. Next on the list is Steve Scannell. Mr. Scannell, are you on?
Yes, I am. Just give me a second here. Ooh, shit. Oh, crap. Oh, I'm sorry, David. I minimized the window and thought I had disconnected. I beg your pardon. Okay, thank you, Chairman Carter. My name is Steve Scannell. I live at 1005 Sunset Drive. I am again asking the Planning Commission to deny the special use permit since the proposed northeast water tower location is not compatible in terms of scale or site design when imposed on the homes and the heavily used sidewalk along Sunset Drive. It will have a substantial impact on property values, and it will have a significant adverse impact on the natural environment of the park. We also feel it has not been based on a careful consideration of all available options. I would therefore ask that the Planning Commission direct city staff and the consulting engineer to go back to, I'm sorry, bear with me. Okay. I would ask that you direct city staff and the consulting engineers to go back to the drawing board and complete a comprehensive planning study and a comparison of all three of the options that should be carefully considered. Rehabilitating the existing tower, building a new tower where the existing tower is now located, and building a new tower immediately adjacent to the existing tower. We strongly support rehabbing the existing tower since we know that's the only option that won't have an adverse impact on the park or the neighborhood. It's also the least expensive option with life cycle cost, annual cost similar to a new tower, but at a lower initial cost. Staff and engineers have noted the issues to be addressed, such as deteriorating steel and concrete and the difficulty of abating lead paint, but it should be noted that those costs are included in their estimates, which still show this to be the least expensive option with a cost of use similar to a new tower. And although the Planning Commission advises regarding planning issues, not cost, this option is in fact feasible as well as cost effective. I'm also concerned that the costs given to date as reasons for not rehabbing the current tower, for not building a new northwest tower, have not been studied or developed fully related to exactly what's required and at what cost for temporary tanks and pumping. For example, staff answered one of my questions by saying a rehab project would need temporary tanks and pumping similar to a new northwest tower, but those costs were not included in the engineer's detailed estimates. The option to rehab the existing tower also offers an opportunity to the city to budget for constructing a new 1 million gallon water tower at 6th and Castle. That added capacity would make construction of a new Northwest Stratford water tower much more economical and feasible in the future. It also avoids building essentially 3 new water towers within a few years of each other, if you count the 2 at Oriad and a new tower here, and so it would spread out those future costs. I would also ask the Planning Commission to include in your motion that the existing cellular infrastructure within the park should be removed at the earliest opportunity and should not be allowed on a new tower if built. They are an industrial eyesore, a noise problem, and they have a significant adverse impact on the natural environment and the tranquility of this residential park. They could easily be moved to a commercial site at the Hillcrest Shopping Center only a few blocks away. I have included in my written comments 2 conceptual drawings that show how a new water tower could be built immediately to the east or to the south of the existing tower. Each of those has its pros and cons, but I believe option 3B has many benefits. It locates a new tower equidistant from both Sunset Drive and Stratford Road and further away from the homes to the west. It allows for the existing Douglas County EMS building to remain in service, which would be a cost savings. A new bike path would also serve as a restricted access service drive for limited vehicle trips to the base of the tower. Padlocked bollards at each end of the bike path would prevent unauthorized vehicular access, and a reserved parking space on Hilltop could allow maintenance staff to park and walk to the tower for routine maintenance. The open green space, the play fields, and the playground equipment would all remain undisturbed, preserving the beauty, the character, and the use of the park. I think this option addresses most of the key issues and concerns of both the city and the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scannell. David Carter, Chair. Next on the list is Caroline or Carolyn Groots. Ms. Groots, are you available?
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for giving me time to speak. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll be very brief because Carol and Charles Jones and Jim Bartle and Steve Scannell have spoken so well, and I agree with everything they say. I am a resident of the neighborhood. I live outside of the 400 feet periphery. Yet I have lived here over 20 years, and I really regard the Water Tower Park as my backyard. I would therefore urge you at this point, you have it in your power to turn this around and vote down this SUP. There is a much better way to deal with this problem. And I think the neighbors have given you great contributions to consider and make this a better plan for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Groots. David Carter, Chair. Next on the list is Lee Roisner.
Hello, my name is Lee Reisner. I own a house on Stratford Road on the south west portion of the park. This is an unusual situation when I think about it. There's a proposal to build and erect a new water tower near homes in a well-established neighborhood. When I did an online search, it's really hard to find a situation like this when a water tower is proposed to be built near well-established homes. I'm certain it's happened, but it doesn't seem to be very common. This is what makes it so hard, I think, is that the neighbors either purchased or in some cases built their homes knowing the location of the water tower and the location of the park as it relates to their houses. In speaking with my neighbors, as well as reviewing the comments online in the survey, it's quite clear, as you can see, that the northwest quadrant is strongly preferred. It was not an option on the survey, so based on the survey, someone said it should be thrown out, and at least that question probably should be, because people either didn't respond at all or felt compelled just to answer something, but in the comment section would say that they preferred the northwest quadrant. Like nearly all others in the neighborhood, I also believe that the northwest quadrant is best, and I hope again that you will consider refurbishing the water tower, or at the very least consider building in the same location or in an immediately adjacent location like Steve Scannell has talked about. That hasn't really been spoken about very much. I believe there's room to do that if that's the case, though again, it's probably not even my first choice. I do hope the commission, and also I want to mention that I think the Joneses had mentioned the multi-column aspect, which I agree. It definitely allows a better view than a large single concrete column at the bottom. I hope the commission will consider a solution that will provide water, of course, for years to come, though will do so while either maintaining, at least, or enhancing the surrounding neighborhood and homes. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Roisner. David Carter, Chair. Next on the list is Lynn Zagebrecht.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. The Planning Commission proposed after the last Zoom meeting to delay voting on the current proposal for SUP until additional conversation with the neighborhood had been completed. It is important to clarify that the only additional conversation attempted by the Planning Commission was through a survey that by professional research standards is statistically invalid for the following reasons. One, the survey did not reach all of the homeowners indicated in the addresses included in the Planning Commission's documents. Therefore, results are invalid by exclusion of some of those homeowners as documented in written responses. At best, this survey is a random sampling. Two, you have just been given incorrect details about the survey results by Leah Morris, And my attempt is to statistically give you exactly the correct details that were provided in your documents. First, the survey presented 3 location choices for respondents to rank in order of their preference. As indicated in the written comments, the majority, constituting 27 out of 44 respondents to the survey, are reported as not responding because they did not mark the circles indicated for any of the 3 choices that the survey presented. To be clear, those choices were the northeast quadrant, the southeast quadrant, and the southwest quadrant of the park. The majority of respondents, again, this is 27 people out of 44, chose not to respond to this question because the 4th option was not included, the present location of the water tower. And they documented their reason for not responding to the other 3 choices in their accompanying written comments. The survey's exclusion of this 4th option, thoroughly researched, documented, and illustrated to be a viable option by neighbors with expertise in engineering and architecture, renders this survey invalid. Number 2, an item analysis of the results reported indicates the following results to the survey. There were 44 total respondents to the survey out of 90 people identified as participants in ongoing conversation with the Planning Commission since the proposal was publicized. This represents 48.88%, less than a majority, therefore an invalid representation of the group. Out of the 44 responses received and documented in the Planning Commission report, there is some clarification that needs to be made to Leah Morris's statistics. There were a total of 8 of 44 votes for the southwest quadrant, 6 out of 44 votes for the northeast quadrant, 1 out of 44 votes for the southeast quadrant, 27 out of 44 no response votes whose comments specified their preference for the current water tower location for restoration as their first choice, replacement in the same location only if restoration fails as their second choice. There were 2 no response respondents reported without preference indicated in notes. Total specific responses favoring the current location of the water tower, 27 out of 44 equals 61.6% of total responses, a clear majority that was just completely misrepresented by Leah Morris. In summary, due to the fact that the survey is an invalid indicator of homeowners' preferences because of the intentional exclusion of the 4th and preferred location option, and due to the exclusion of any additional communication initiative as the Commission proposed, and due to the number of respondents constituting less than 50% of the targeted homeowners intended to be surveyed, the survey results should indeed be discarded as invalid. A new additional valid survey should be created and delivered to each address, including an option with directions for responding for those members within the proposed boundaries as set by the Planning Commission who have no internet access and therefore no ability to participate in Zoom meetings or online surveys. All who fail to respond should be personally contacted by phone and a follow-up hard copy of the survey delivered to and documented by members of the Planning Commission. In order to ensure validity, the new survey results should include all written comments submitted with percentages of total responses indicated for all parts of the survey. These results should be distributed as hard copies to all homeowners as identified by the Commission before an additional meeting in follow-up to discuss statistical results of this follow-up survey and before any voting or progression of this SUP takes place in any way. Since
Thank you,
this
Ms.
Zoom
Segebrecht.
meeting is adhering, excuse me, I'm speaking. Since
Yes, and
this
you're
Zoom
at 6
meeting
minutes,
is
ma'am.
adhering to parliamentary procedures, I would like to move at this time that the creation of a revised, valid survey inclusive of the clearly preferred by the majority of homeowners fourth option to retain the current location of the water tower be initiated at the conclusion of tonight's meeting, and that an additional complete study as referenced by Steve Scannell be initiated, and that if such actions are not taken, that this proposal be denied and voted down tonight. I would like to ask for a second from all of the listeners tonight who are not members of the Planning Commission to my motion.
Thank you, Ms. Segebrecht. David Carter, Chair. Our last speaker on the list is Ray Segebrecht. And I would ask again, please, to keep comments to 5 minutes.
Lawrence Listens, that was the name of the survey. Rather ironic when you think about the design of the survey and the interpretation of the results. The clear favorite and feedback from the last meeting, which I also attended, was to repair the current tower in the northwest corner. It's also the cheapest, makes the most sense in an economic downturn. Why spend more money than you need to? And remember, Commission, it's not your money, it's ours, it's taxpayer money. And we are contributing to the economy to fund your jobs, and you should listen to us and take our input seriously. There's a law that is taken serious in a lot of cultures. It's do unto others as you would have them do unto you. In fact, this is the law and the prophets. The last part of that refers to Judaism. The quote, in fact, came from Jesus in the New Testament and Christianity. But it's important to remember that I don't think anyone in this commission, including you, Leah Morris, or you, David Carter, Chair, would like to have your green space that your family enjoys taken away from you, to have your property devalued, and to have your opinion completely smothered intentionally. Recent history showed that there was an individual, an official in Lawrence, in the most prominent level, who faced charges for violating another law, charges consistent with criminal and imprisonment. And we have a clear violation of the procedures from last meeting to incorporate seriously public opinion in the nearby surrounding area. And I would caution you all from failing to learn from the precedent set before you in this community. This group of people here, unanimously mounted in opposition to you, is not incapable of launching a private investigation into your special interest that seems so solidified in creating this new tower. You are not immune from this, David Carter, nor are you, Leah Morrison. So I consider you all, I would implore you all to listen to us tonight. And if you fail to, again, I would call for a formal petition for your removal and an investigation into your special interest, because this flies in the face of reason. It flies in the face of public opinion. The cheapest option is to preserve the current tower. And if it's not preserved, it should be created in the same space. And you all know that. And that's a law that you would have to answer for violating in this lifetime.
Are you done, sir? Just want to make sure I
am.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes the public comment. David Carter, Chair and volunteer, unpaid volunteer. I would like to turn it back over to Ms. Morris. Excuse me, to Sandy. I don't know if Sandy or Ms. Morris for a response to public comment.
I'm not sure which items to start to respond to. Your role this evening is as advisory. Staff has provided technical recommendation and information. We recognize that the survey is not statistically significant. It was an opportunity to let property owners speak to the project. We wanted to give them that opportunity. We absolutely recognize that there is a preference for where that proposed tower would be located or to be rehabbed. Those are specific and technical engineering design elements that will let the engineers speak to. The City Commission does have within their purview to direct some of that work. And getting this project in front of the City Commission, I would make one correction, that the City Commission would not be considering this until at least December 1st. That's the published schedule for this meeting. For items that you consider tonight would go to the City Commission in December, actually. I think we would need to let the engineers respond to some of the timing and some of the studies. Is there anything in particular you would like me to respond to?
I guess, David Carter, Chair, I guess I should ask Ms. Morris if she'd like to respond to any aspect of the survey design. I'm not sure if that's, Sandy, if it's best directed to you or to Leah about the survey design. Anything? I guess you already. Yeah, please go ahead.
Leah Morris, Treatment Division Manager. Thank you, Commissioner Carter. So in terms of the survey in response to that, again, with the conversation and the presentation from the August 24th commission meeting, where we presented on the net present value, on the current conditions of the tower, how the study was done in 2014 compared to where it is now, and the things that the study didn't identify, such as temporary pumping and the volume that would be required in order to both rehab the existing tower or build a tower in the existing location. That study doesn't capture those costs. So to say that rehabbing is the cheapest option is not accurate. Also, again, that only quote unquote buys us 20 years. You know, the service life of that tower, which again was built in 1954 and we're in 2020, it is going to be reached within the next 10 to 20 years. The coatings is an issue. In order to get anybody to rehab those correctly, that is going to be a rather pricey, detailed bid. And it's going to be messy at best with tenting that entire tower and trying to remove those accurately. The survey, going back, it didn't identify the existing quadrant because, again, we understood the feel of the community on how they felt about wanting to rehab the tower, as well as, you know, or keep it in the same place that it is now. And that was expressed at the August 24th meeting. However, the direction was, and the feeling was from that commission, is that they understood that it was in the city's best interest to replace the tower because, again, we would be in the same position just a little bit down the road. And therefore, we offered those three options to get the preference of those proposed options. In reference to all of the comments from the residents, and again, I do thank them for their interest and their passion, their time. And I've listened to a lot of them over the phone calls over the past few months with this project. Our estimate of an additional $1 million to keep the tower in the same place does come from an estimate. However, we contact pump rentals and tank rentals all the time. So those come from sources from both us, as well, us being the city, as well as the engineer and our sources to have that equipment rented for the duration of the project, which was estimated at 14 months. In terms of the fencing, the towers are fenced, but Oriad tank is not. It has ornamental fencing where the retaining walls are. So that is open and a through walkway similar to what this would be. Again, this is located in a park. So with the current design, that was one of the reasons that we don't need to fence it, whereas a multi-leg tower, which would again put the city in a single bid situation, because the only people that are qualified to build the tower that we specify in terms of building would only have one qualified bidder in the country. So we don't want to put ourselves in a monopoly in that way. And then we would be, again, fencing that area, therefore taking away green space. So this tower is proposed is adding green space. And then let's see. Surveys in this proportion have been used on other projects of this capital nature. And there were 90
May I
Excuse
make a
me,
point of,
Mr. Jones.
may I
Mr.
make a
Jones,
point of order
Mr. Jones.
please,
Sorry.
Mr. Carter, please let me make a quick point of order. I am reading your bylaws, and it sets out how meetings are to be held. And there is no provision for simply allowing the applicant to speak to whatever they want to speak to. I would urge you to stop for just a moment and read the bylaws and understand that you may ask specific questions and they may answer specific questions. But this giving them a second bite at the apple to contradict anything that's come up is not consistent with your own bylaws. Thank you for giving that your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I would have
I
to take
second that.
I would have to take a moment to review our bylaws and confirm that the applicant has, I can't remember if it's 5 minutes or 10 minutes to respond to public comment. So I apologize if I've misunderstood that. And I'd just like to take a moment, David Carter, Chair, to clarify that the composition of this commission is 10 members of the public volunteering their time to advise city government based on the expert input of staff. We're not standing in opposition to anyone, and we're just here to try to receive public comment. We will be coming back with questions to staff, to public, to the applicant. Mr. Jones, I take your point. I think we've been at about 5 minutes, so I haven't kept track, but I'm sure that the commission will have questions. So with that, I'll go ahead and open it up to the commission to pose any questions to the public, to staff, or to the applicant.
Chairman Carter, Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner, could we possibly have a 10-minute break before we start into the questions? I think this could go on for quite a while.
I think that's a reasonable request. Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. Let's take 10 minutes and reconvene at 8:23. Thank you.
volunteers. I am greatly respectful of the work that you do. I just have to say, this has been a very frustrating and painful experience for those of us who live in the neighborhood. In addition to COVID and other things, this was a stress we did not need. And I must also say that I think it's fair to say that most of us feel as if the city has been sort of persistently, it's if they've made up their mind and now they're forcing this decision on us. It's led to a lot of frustration. So if my frustration boiled over, please forgive me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. I appreciate your comment. Are we at, let's see, I think we're at 10 minutes.
Are you ready?
Quorum back. I believe we do. Hello, welcome back. David Carter, Chair. We're still discussing item 3, the special use permit for the Stratford Water Tower. We're going to turn this over to commission questions to members of the public, staff, and the applicant. Who would like to go first? Commissioner Struckoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eric Struckoff, Planning Commissioner. This question is for staff, possibly for Randy Larkin. My first question is, would you comment on the possibility that the City Commission, regardless of our decision here tonight, would be able to, since we are the recommending body and we are recommending or denying the location on the site plan, pursuant to Ms. Jones's question, would the City Commission be able to approve a site plan with a different location than approved tonight?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Yes, the City Commission has the ability to either approve the recommendation of the Planning Commission, disapprove the recommendation of the Planning Commission, or accept the recommendation with modifications as they see fit. So they could move the tower, they could order the tower to be located someplace else, but they have that ability to do that, yes.
Thank you, Randy. Mr. Chair, if I could follow up with a question for staff.
Yes, please.
Several correspondents from the public have suggested examining the location adjacent to the current location, that is a central north location. Has any discussion been occurring in city offices about that possibility? Thank you.
Leah Morris, Treatment Division Manager. We did not visit that central location due to the fact that some of the comments that we were receiving was because of the long driveway that we have to have in order for setbacks, as well as the path. So we felt like centralizing it, again, it wasn't going to meet the needs of everybody. And ultimately, we're happy to look at that in terms of a compromise, but we felt like this was a position that we're not going to make anybody or everyone happy, I guess, in terms of the selection. However, we knew that it would increase some costs and delineate others. So we felt like if that was the direction, then we could provide feedback on that at any point. But we also want to keep in mind that we can't simply just take the tower and move it directly east. We have to allow room for construction and demolition and all of those things that need to take place during construction. And so simply moving it as far west as some would deem possible isn't exactly an option either. We would want to have a significant setback from the existing tower for safe demolition, as well as safe construction.
Thank you. David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Struckoff, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Commissioner Sands.
In the 2014 Black and Veatch report, it said that there wasn't the damage inside the tower wasn't a threat to the integrity of the tank. I think we reviewed this last month, but I don't recall hearing it. I'm sorry, in August, but I don't recall hearing it this time around. What are the conditions of the tank now that vary from the 2016 Black and Beach report, or 14, sorry. Thank you.
Leah Morris, Treatment Division Manager, and I'm going to ask also for Andrew Hansen to comment on this as they're the experts on this. But some of the things that I would comment to is that when you have corrosion of the existing coatings, that the growth in that is actually exponential. It's not linear in value. So it's just going to get greater over time and significantly greater, as well as concrete degradation is also that, because again, as you expose that surface area, you're just leaving more exposed to grade. And then on the structural nature, Andrew, can you comment on that, please?
Yeah, relative to the comment you referred to on the integrity, I would say that that comment is would be related to imminent failure and you know, the tank falling down. It wouldn't be relative to whether it might start leaking water or be degraded beyond repair. And we've not been in the tank since 2014. We haven't performed any formal condition assessments since that study was complete.
Thank you, Mr. Hansen. David Carter, Chair.
I have a follow-up, sir.
Please, Commissioner Sands.
Thank you, Rob Sands, Planning Commissioner. Are there, and again, if we talked about this in August, I don't recall, are there concerns with the inside of the tank creating problems with water quality or downflow or debris or anything getting into delivery pipes? What can you help me and maybe helps the public understand maybe what some real downstream, pardon the pun, is what downstream issues can arise from the tank degrading the way it is?
Andrew Hansen, Black and Beach. Typically, the corrosion that you're going to see and the degradation you're going to see on the inside of the tank will be quite substantial as compared to what you're seeing on the exterior, especially on items that are above the water line, that are moist, getting air, allowing the corrosion to propagate. Relative to what happens with that corrosion, I don't have a specific drawing of this tank that would show it, but typically the inlet outlet pipe of the tank would be located in a position such that that sediment could be trapped in the bottom, or the inlet pipe would be built above the floor of the tank such that there would be any of that debris would be caught in the bottom of the tank and then could be cleaned out at some point if the tank was taken down.
Thank you, Mr. Hansen. David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Sands, have your questions been answered? Okay, thanks. Other questions? Commissioner Ashworth.
Sharon Ashworth, Planning Commission. I'm wondering if Ms. Morris and Mr. Hansen could speak a little bit more to the detail. There was a charge that the extra cost to replacing the tank in its existing spot would cost about $1 million more, given the need to maintain water and the facility there while the construction was going on. Can you speak a little more specifically to those costs?
Yes, Leah Morris, Treatment Division Manager, and we presented this last time at the August 24th meeting. Essentially, it breaks down into two major costs. One is the pump rental, because again, having a tower at 132 feet provides the pressure that is used for overall demand, especially during fire flow. And then we would have to rent, pumps in order to maintain that pressure. And then we would have to have, again, the volume that current tank serves, which is 500,000 gallons. So renting the pumping and the tanking for the duration of the construction, one rental cost was in the $600,000 range for that duration, and the other rental cost was $300,000. So it would totaled about $900,000. That's also not looking into things like security details and camera that we would want to have secure on the site at all times, because again, putting that at that level, we want to make sure that it's safe during all of these conditions under 24-hour service. But that was, what we put together in for the August 24th meeting. So does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Sharon Ashworth, Planning Commission. May I have a follow-up question that I have? Speaking of, Commissioner Struckoff brought up a question I had too, in terms of just moving it not quite as far east. I'm wondering, is that, I guess a question for Mr. Scannell, is that the location you spoke of in your public comments? I didn't quite get where it was that this alternative location that you had brought up.
This is Steve Scannell. Yes, I don't know if city staff could display the images I shared, but at the end of my written comments, I had two site drawing sketches that showed putting a new tank, a new tower, immediately to the east or to the south of the current water tank. And what I showed, to speak to Leah's comment about construction clearances, was in fact that it was feasible. There's a 15-foot maintenance buffer that the Black and Beach drawing showed, which I duplicated, and which are offset from the existing Douglas County EMS building and from the face of the existing water tower. And then 15 feet, that's the 15 feet clearance all around the outer boundary of the new tank. And so there's plenty of room to maintain it, also plenty of room to build it. And I've talked to other engineers who designed these towers who said that was not a problem. So what I've shown is perfectly feasible and easily doable. But that is what I was referring to. Option 3B is the one directly to the east. Option 3A was the one that's kind of central southwest. Again, tucked kind of just right next to the existing water tower, but to the southeast of it, 15 feet away from the actual face of the other tower. They're going to fence that entire area for a laydown area for construction, so the existing fence goes away. The existing telecom would have to go away anyway, so it goes away, and you clear that area and you can do the construction quite easily.
Thank you. I'll have more questions later, but I'll yield to the other commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. David Carter, Chair. I have a question for, I'm not sure if it's for staff or for, yeah, let's see. I'll throw it out there and we'll see who can answer it. The public has brought up an interesting and I think a valid question around how cost and value are measured. Because on one hand, we've got what seems to be a lower cost, giving us less performance in terms of the total lifespan, and we've got a higher cost giving us a much longer lifespan. And I'm wondering if there's anyone on staff who can describe that in terms of, is it net present value? Is it some means of fairly comparing those two figures? And my other kind of a follow-up question is, what's another way of looking at that from the standpoint of city budgeting?
Leah Morris, Treatment Division Manager. Andrew, I'm going to ask you to summarize the cost values that we did in the August 24th meeting. Do you have those available to you?
No, I don't believe so. I would say, as a broad response to differentiating the cost, obviously there's other benefits associated with it. Even if you were to look at the 2014 report, we didn't pick the lowest new construction cost, which was a spheroid tank. because of the inherent benefits of the composite tank, the longevity of the tank, the additional space in the column for storage, for some of the water quality monitoring things that we want to do. So there's additional benefits of the new tank that can't be compared financially to when in comparison to rehab of the existing tank. There's benefits that you can't put a price tag on.
Leah Morris, Treatment Division Manager. And to follow up with that, Commissioner Carter, we also wanted to capture that, you know, in terms of the active budget for this project, in order to rehab the tank in the condition that it's in and bring it up to compliance and code and make it structurally sound. So we would be spending the allotted budget that we have, and that would buy 10 years in terms of the coating. And again, you know, we want to make sure that we're identifying this because, again, it does very much weigh into the decision of why we selected that a new tower would be in the benefit of the city in a smarter decision. So the coatings would get us 10 additional years before we had to coat again. So then we would have to coat again, spending upwards of, I believe that estimate was near, Andrew, can you help me? It was like $600,000 at the 2014 study, but so we would spending that money again. And then again, we're only buying at that point an additional, you know, 10 to 20 years on that tower at that point. So we would be right back in the same scenario that we are today of needing a new tower because again, that serviceable life at that point has expelled it. So we want to make sure that we're not having to spend the same money twice. If you have to rehab a tank for the same money that you would, you know, to rebuild and get a new tower, I think that it would be in the city's benefit to not have to spend, you know, $4 million at this point, $3.8 million is our current budget 2 times. And that's not including the fact that Andrew was right. We did that study in 2014. It is now 2020. And because of the corrosion and everything else, we can't create design plans from the study that we did in 2014. We would have to, at that point, do a new study, therefore spending additional engineering and design costs, as well as additional construction costs, because again, inflation and, you know, contractors' costs have gone up at that point. So the proposed budget at that point could actually be more than what we have currently. So, and again, only buying 10 to 20 years for that option and putting whoever in the future in this position yet again, we're just not supportive of that as a department, nor should we be as a city in order to serve the city. You know, we're trying to look for budget, you know, cuts and how to be financially savvy and smart and ahead of the curve in so many ways. And this is one of those ways that we should be forward thinking in this movement.
Thank you very much. Commissioner David Carter, Chair, Commissioner Sands.
Thank you, sir. Rob Sands, Planning Commissioner. 2 quick questions, both for staff. It looks like the issue that was brought up in the August meeting about having 2 drives have access to various portions of the site based on function, that looks to be resolved. It looks like a single access site. Is that correct? Single access drive, Sandy, I guess maybe.
Sandy Day planning, in the most recent site plan, I don't believe that we did resolve exactly the driveway depending on what tower location is provided. There may be opportunities to do some kind of shared drive. We know that we will have the Douglas County communication equipment that needs access as well as the tower, and there may be an opportunity to share that drive if we look at a different location.
Okay, I'm looking at page 116 of the PDF that shows 2 alternate sites, one in the southeast, one in the southwest corner. And it appears that those are, the drawing indicates single access drive.
Leah Morris, Treatment Division Manager. Yes, for the proposed options of being in the southeast or southwest in order to not create 2 additional drives, we did show 1 drive because again, that was a comment that came from the August 24th meeting. And yes, we can propose a single-use drive for any of those 3 options for the tower.
Thank you. And one more question. This is probably for Sandy. Is there a difference in designation? I'm assuming there's not, but I'm asking for clarification. Is there a difference in designation between Stratford Road and Sunset Drive? They're both residential roads. Is there any, is one a minor collector or anything like that?
Sandy Day plan, you know, off the top of my head, I don't remember. I thought they were both residential streets. If you give me just a minute, I can try and confirm that.
Thank you, Sandy. David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Sands, do you have any follow-up questions, or should we give Sandy a moment to review that while we?
Well, while she's, I'll vamp for a minute while she's looking for that. So I guess I would say that to me, it's proof that we can achieve a little bit of progress between the neighborhood, the city staff, that in addition to having the conversation about the trees, there was a conversation about limiting the amount of paved space that goes onto the site. And the 2 alternative sites indicate, and I'm sure if it went to design, we would want to make sure that the hard stand facility shared a single drive. So I'm looking for some silver lining in that. Requests are being made and progress is being gained. Sandy, was that enough time?
Okay. Well, thank you, Commissioner Sands. Sandy, feel free to jump in anytime. David Carter, Chair. I'm wondering, any other questions from commissioners?
If I may, Mr. Chair, Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. I believe I can answer Commissioner Sands' question. I just wanted to clarify. Commissioner, was it Stratford Road and Sunset Drive? Is that correct?
Yeah, and Jeff, really what I'm looking for is an opportunity to break a tie, because one of the public commenters indicated that there was no statistically significant difference in the survey preference of neighbors on which quadrant this would go. If I was forced to make a decision, I'd want to know probably if there's a difference in those streets.
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. Based on the future thoroughfares map that we have adopted, Sunset Drive and Stratford Road are both local streets under the plan there. The next one over would be Iowa Street, which would be the principal arterial in the area. But both of the ones around the park are local streets in the future thoroughfares maps.
Thank you, Jeff. David Carter, Chair. Other questions?
Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I have a question for Randy. There were some comments or questions about the public notice requirement, the 400 feet, where we come up with that, and the legality of what kind of public outreach happens for this, because we did send it back to city staff and ask for more public outreach. Is there anything that's specific or a legal requirement, or how can we tell if that's been met? Can you comment on that at all?
Randy, you're on mute.
All right, is that better?
Yes.
All right, Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. In that it was sent back to MSO or to city staff to engage the neighbors, there's really no requirements under the law how that's done, who's contacted, or any of that. I mean, there was a report as to what was done. There's some give and take as to whether it was satisfactory or not, but it's basically up to the Planning Commission to determine whether or not it meets with your approval based upon what you directed in August. There is no requirements. There's no legal requirements. There's for certain things regarding planning, there are notice requirements that are made, but there was nothing here. They could have had a town hall meeting, except for probably COVID-19. They could have done any number of things. So planning commission or the MSO or city staff had wide array of things they could have chosen to do, and it's up to planning commission to determine whether or not it meets what you wanted them to do or not.
Thank you.
Thank you. David Carter, Chair, I have a question for staff. A point was raised, I think it might have been Mr. Roisner, about the unusual situation of rebuilding a water tower in an established neighborhood. And my thinking is the situation itself can't be that unusual. If, water towers get built on the edge of a city, cities grow, and the water towers reach the end of their useful lives. Can someone speak to what would be typical practice outside of this particular situation, or do you actually consider this a characteristic issue?
Leah Morris, Treatment Division Manager. So this actually was done when we rebuilt the Oriad Towers, starting back in, I believe it was 2017. Keep in mind, this was built next to KU alumni, across the street from houses that were 100 plus years old, on the other side of a church. And then you had parking lots and Oriad and everything else on the other side. So it is done, and there was public outreach. There was a lot of communication with KU as well as with the residents, because the students along there, a lot of that construction was taking place in the street. A lot of communication came from, the Alumni Association as well as the church. But again, that, there was a lot of written involvement. It was a little bit different because, again, this is purely residential, I would say. It does have schools and campus within close proximity, but, they did get engagement in terms of getting to look at different locations within the area, and the same type of meetings in terms of public meetings and conversations were had at that point. So that's the one that I have experienced with the city. I'm sure there's others, but just, to walk people through that this has been done, and we went through the same process and the same special use permit and the same process last time. So.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. David Carter, Chair. Just as a follow-up, would you say that there was any difference in the dynamic of how the city reached out in that case compared with this? I mean, is there something that was done there that, because I don't know if it was as contentious, but is there something that was done there that could have been or could be tried here?
Leah Morris, Treatment Division Manager. So I came in at the construction part of that project, but I did understand what was going on throughout the design. In all honesty, we have participated in more public meetings. We host a public meeting via Zoom. I also attended, per request, of neighborhood meetings. We created the city website, and this is all for this project, as well as all of the public notices that have been mailed out in terms of proximity when we were surveying, and then with the public information meeting. And then as far as, and when I say survey, the first time it meant actually going and physically surveying the property. And now with the online survey and the online web hosting of this project, I feel like, or I know, there has been so much more public engagement with this one, because again, we realize that with the location and where this is within the proximity and the close range to this with the neighborhoods, we realized that this would require a little bit more public acknowledgement. And so we've, tried to do that. And honestly, doing that during a time of pandemic has been really challenging, because again, like I really enjoy going to those public meetings and meeting the neighbors and being able to do that and understanding their passion and getting that face-to-face time. But we're trying to do everything in the realm of a safe meeting space and doing it within reason, and all the mailings and the website serving and asking for those additional comments. We're trying to take each one and deal with it independently and understand everybody's concerns independently. And I know that from a lot of these individuals on the call tonight, I have spoke with them personally, and they would attest to that as well, to understand their concerns and talk through the project and make sure that they understand the process in order to be extremely transparent. So if that answers your question, Commissioner Carter.
That does. Thank you, Ms. Morris. I have more questions, but I'm happy to give other commissioners a chance. Commissioner Willie.
I have a question for Ms. Morris about pumps. So the neighborhood keeps coming back to this idea of putting a tower in the same location as the current tower, which would mean a storage tank on the ground plus an external pump. So I assume that would be a diesel pump, and I assume that that would, in order to replicate 132 feet of head pressure, you'd need a significant amount of horsepower to run that diesel pump. I assume that would run 24/7. What kind of noise level would we be talking about in that park for the duration of the year or so that that would take?
Leah Morris, Treatment Division Manager. So we actually experienced this recently with our current Caw water plant. Long story short, the line that pulls in the raw water from the river to the plant became very clogged with the flooding last year in the sediment. So long story short, we had to pump directly from the river into our basin and not go into the line that is installed in service. And we got the quiet version of the pump, and we did have quite a few complaints from people that were going to Bertram Park to enjoy the park because of the noise, and we were having to drive to the park about every 6 to 8 hours, depending on the pump speed, in order to fill up the diesel tanks. So even if it's the quiet version of the pump that we would need for this, I would not call it quiet. And again, that is a 24-hour operation in order to produce that pressure. So yes, it definitely is going to cause some noise and some additional traffic coming in and out with the gas tank. So thank you.
Please, Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner, just a quick follow-up. So other than at Bertram Park, has this ever been done in a city neighborhood, that level of noise for that kind of duration? Has that ever happened for a city project that you know of?
Leah Morris, Treatment Division Manager. I'm trying to think of a time where it was in a neighborhood specifically, and I can't remember any of my projects. I'm sorry, I'm kind of struggling to kind of go through them. Any time where we had to continue a 24-hour operation that was in a neighborhood. This usually takes place around wastewater pump stations, where we're working on the pump station and have to bypass the pump station, and then it becomes a 24-hour operation. But a lot of those pump stations that I've had affiliation with aren't within, a direct residential neighborhood such as this one. They're more like, there was one on Haskell campus, and then there was one at 31st in Louisiana, where pump station 10 now is. And then pump station 4 over in North Lawrence, where there was at that point very much empty fields except for on one side, and actually we didn't even have to bypass there. So I'm sorry, but not that I'm aware of. And thinking about who's on the call, I'm not sure that anybody else would have any better experience with that. So,
Commissioner Willie.
Another follow-up, Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. Just having been around those kinds of pumps and that kind of noise, would you imagine that would violate the city noise ordinance to occupy that neighborhood?
Leah Morris, Treatment Division Manager. So that has been a question that has arisen on construction in general, because there's been times where we have to do 24-hour construction. And it's my understanding, and maybe someone in planning can speak to this a little bit better, it's my understanding that when it's city-driven projects for capital nature, because they're of this status, the noise ordinance isn't exactly an ordinance at that point. When we have contractors come in, we limit their working hours to be within that noise ordinance, and make sure that they're starting and stopping within reasonable time so that people can conduct their lives. But when it comes to a 24-hour operation where we're trying to keep a utility present for the city, it's my understanding that that noise ordinance isn't exactly applicable for that type of construction. And maybe Randy Larkin could have a better involvement or opinion of this nature.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Where something of it like that, where a pump is needed to maintain the health, safety, and welfare of the community, then that would override the noise ordinance. So Leah has it correct.
Yeah, Commissioner Willie.
Planning Commissioner, yet again. So the neighborhood would have no recourse for the noise that was being generated there. There'd be nothing they could do about it. Once we put this in motion for the duration of the project, and I think I said a year, thinking that might have been what the timeframe that was suggested. Correct me if I'm wrong with that, but for a very long period of time, 24/7, plus trucks coming in every 6 to 8 hours to refill diesel tanks, the neighborhood would have no say over that that noise or the disruption. Would that be correct, Mr. Larkin?
If there was a pump there and it was necessary to distribute water for the health, safety, and welfare of the community, then the noise would have to be there. Yes, we would try to take as many steps as we could to mitigate it, I'm sure. But if the noise has to be there, it has to be there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. David Carter, Chair. Since we're talking about noise, I'd like to raise the point that I think maybe a couple of neighbors brought up about the air conditioning units associated with the cell phone service, the cell phone towers there. And you know, based on the report, the city collects about $96,000 a year in licensing fees from cell providers. So I'm sympathetic to neighbors' request for aesthetic reasons and for noise reasons to relinquish those licenses along with, you know, any construction. I don't think there's anybody on this call who can answer this, but it seems an obvious point that there's this opportunity cost of the you know, of that revenue to the city. Mr. Scannell mentioned the proximity of Hillcrest. I just want to raise the point that I think while I'm highly sympathetic to that, I think those things are often pretty ugly, and clearly the water towers are not designed for that purpose. So these things are kind of glommed on. I'm wondering if staff has any idea of how those factors have to be weighed in the city commission's making a final determination.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. All those companies that have cellular, you know, accoutrements on the water tower, they have leases with the city. All of them are going to expire upon the demolition of the current tower as it stands now, because they were all coming up within the past several years. So we have leases to concern. So once the tower comes down, those leases are done. We have no leases going forward, so I don't know exactly what the situation is there. You know, it's left open whether they were going to negotiate with the city or not. They're free to go to private space if they want to, or they could request from the city commission a lease to be on the new tower or whatever is there, and then it would be up to the city commission to make that determination.
Thank you, Randy. David Carter, Chair. I guess I would just you know, state my support for whatever comes out of this recommendation, that we recommend that licenses not be renewed with any new tower aside from what's required for emergency services. I think the biggest thing, and this is picking up on Commissioner Willie's point about the pumping, is you know, observations and complaints about noise as well as aesthetics. With that, I would it looks like Commissioner Ashworth might have a comment. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Any other commissioners have any other questions for the public or for staff? Commissioner Carpenter.
Yeah, Jim Carpenter, Planning Commission. I guess this is a question to Ms. Morris. This whole project has been in the works for more than just the last year. Isn't that correct?
Leah Morris, Treatment Division Manager. Commissioner Carpenter, from my understanding, this has been shown on the capital budget since 2015 in terms of having money in 2019 to start the design.
In fact, the current budget, the 2020 adopted budget, adopted in August of 2019, has a line item that says Stratford Tower replacement, $3,430,000. So the city has already kind of telegraphed that the commission at that time that passed that budget was budgeting money to build a new tower. And that's what initiated the process of a special use permit request. Is that correct?
Leah Morris, Treatment Division Manager. Yes, Commissioner Carpenter, that is correct.
So, yeah, like I stated at the August meeting, Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner, all the budget items are really up to the City Commission. It's not for us to determine whether it stays where it is or moves. We only have the land use item about a special use permit on public land owned by the city to build a public amenity to benefit the community at large. And the ultimate decision about the siting, as Randy Larkin stated earlier from the legal department, that the City Commission has the option to move it. Even if we approve it for one spot, the City Commission could ultimately say, we want to move it here, or the City Commission that could say, no, we want to rehabilitate the current tower. So all we're really looking at tonight is, under the current budget, under the current request by the city, does this meet the basic requirements of a special use permit to permit the city to build a water tower? And all the other questions and all the other concerns that have been raised are really at the feet of the City Commission when it gets there. I appreciate everything that the neighborhood has put into this, all the issues they've raised. I know that the city commissioners watch our meetings and they will see these packets and hear all your comments before it gets to the City Commission. And I've been in your shoes, arguing in front of the Planning Commission on behalf of neighborhoods in the past that feel things are changing, that we don't appreciate how they're changing or want to change. And as a planning commissioner, I've seen this many times when people move to an area and purchase their home with the hope that the open field or the golf course or whatever is behind them will remain. But those things change. And we're asked, really, are we meeting the basic legal definitions of granting a special use permit and providing a recommendation? Even if our recommendation is to deny the special use permit, the City Commission can still overrule our recommendation and approve this. Our essential role in this is to collect information, evaluate the information as it comes in, and make the best recommendation possible based on the staff input and the public input. And that sometimes is very difficult. This particular neighborhood has a lot of expertise, and I've certainly appreciated the in-depth information that's been provided and the analysis that's been done. I think that can do nothing but help. In whatever way we go tonight, it will help the City Commission in evaluating this as they determine this as the budget item and exactly how to proceed. So I just want to kind of narrow our focus to the special use permit. Does it meet the requirements as we generally review those? And if so, what do we do with it? But I don't want us trying to go off on tangents, and I'm not even sure about where we stand on recommending whether leases are renewed by the city government. I, I think that's a little bit outside of our purview too. You know, that is an item that would have public notice and have the opportunity for people to have input at the city commission, decision-making body on that too. So, you know, I appreciate all these concerns. I lived on Avalon when we first moved here. I've used this park. I'm familiar with this park. And I understand all these concerns. And I'm sure that whatever we do tonight, the city commission is going to have a lot to discuss and a lot to think about before they make an ultimate decision. But I want us just to remember that we're narrowing our focus to, has this request, like any other request that comes before us, met the requirements of a special use permit for us to either recommend or not.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. David Carter, Chair. Following up on that, I'd like to ask staff for a clarification. Next steps to be taken by the City Commission. Are they dependent on the vote of this body? In other words, aside from, you know, unanimous opposition, unanimous support, or something in between, aside from just our advisory role, what are the technical consequences of our vote on this item?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director. Based on the code and the way that it's voted, the City Commission can act in a simple majority in certain instances based upon the vote of the Planning Commission. If it is, depending on that vote, it would require other items in there. And that also requires, excuse me, my screen has scrolled a little bit there. You know, based on your recommendation kind of dictates what that vote would look like. So it may require a majority in certain instances. There's other items that fold into that come into it, but your vote kind of sets up the voting requirements for the City Commission as the process moves forward.
Thank you, Jeff. David Carter, Chair. But just to clarify, does our particular vote have a consequence, for example, on how this item appears on the City Commission agenda?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Occasionally, if it's a unanimous vote, the city manager in consultation with the mayor may place an item on the consent agenda. But that's a total decision by the mayor and the city manager. Other votes where it's a split vote or a closer vote, they will often put it on for public comment as a general item on the agenda. But that's between the city manager and the creation of the agenda. So, you know, you can't, there's no fast and hard rule regarding it.
That's very helpful. Thank you, Randy. David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Carpenter, please.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner, and Jeff or Randy, please jump in if I misstate any of this. Part of what the vote would have to be at the City Commission would depend on whether there is a valid protest petition. And even if it is placed on the consent agenda, any member of the public or any commissioner has the right to poll it for separate discussion and consideration and a vote. Are both of those correct?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services, that's correct.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter, for that clarification. David Carter, Chair. Do I have further questions or comments from commissioners? Commissioner Shanklin.
Commissioner Shanklin. I think that procedurally, I wonder if there are qualifications that we can make to our recommendation. In this case, I'm suggesting recommendation to approve, that would address some of the concerns that have been raised by the neighborhood, particularly in regard to things like master planning for the park, which I think it might be helpful to begin that process immediately so that you know, the use of the open space, the equipment that's provided, the location of pedestrian traffic, as well as, you know, plantings and that sort of thing, can receive community comment in a more concrete way quickly. Also, the location of the tower itself. I mean, I think certain things are immutable here, so long as the city of Lawrence is providing water to West Hills, there will be a tower there. Because materials degrade and technologies change, the location of that tower might change as well. So there will be most likely green space, but not necessarily can we, take out of the hands of the experts where that tower ought to be located. So I think it's more important to address those things like planting, vehicular access, and the use of the park generally in a concrete way. And so I'm wondering, can we make our recommendations subject to those certain things? Is it possible to tack on to a recommendation that it would be subject to the immediate examination of the relocation of the tower immediately to east of the existing tower, subject to immediate institution of the master planning park, the master park planning process? So that would be my question. Can we do those things in the approval process?
This is Sandy Day with the planning office. Yes, the commission does have the ability to make those kinds of recommendations. My discussions with the park staff have been that once the tower location is determined, that they can do additional park planning. There would be a difference between park master planning and then the budgeting piece that would be required to actually implement that park plan. I don't know that the Parks Department at this time has committed to a particular budget for that. But my discussions with Mark Hecker, the Assistant Parks and Recreation Director, has indicated that that's definitely something that's on his watch list. We have been engaging in those conversations throughout this process. That was where the meandering path through the park came from, was a comment from Parks and Recreation. The project budgeting is specific to the water tower at this point, and does not include that kind of park improvement. That would be a different budgeting item that the city would have to direct the various departments to happen. But Planning Commission does have that ability and authority to make those kinds of recommendations as part of your motion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shanklin. David Carter, Chair, and I will confess that principle was behind my observation about the cell service. I wasn't trying to go off on a wild tangent, but rather to address a particular neighborhood concern. With that, other commissioner questions, discussions, motions. Commissioner Ashworth.
Sharon Ashworth, Planning Commissioner. Just based on the last two discussions, I appreciate Commissioner Carpenter's comments on our role here, and also our new commissioner, Commissioner Shanklin's question about having recommendations. So just a couple comments based on those. Is one, I would be very reluctant to push this off, this decision off. I think the idea that the tank might be rehabbed in some sense, buying 10 to 20 years, sort of merely pushes this out to another planning commission and another group of neighbors. And it's kind of kicking the can down the road. And I think we need to sort of step up and make a decision at this time between us and the city commission to make a decision along those lines and not to kick the can down the road anymore. Because this will just be right back in a commission's laps and in a whole nother neighborhood makeup. And also in terms of recommendations, if the city commission would consider them, it might be worth a little bit more cost for a longer driveway or shared driveway to move that location to more towards the center of the park. I've been to the park a couple times now, and that was sort of what struck me right away when I looked at the site, is I'm wondering just how much they could be pushed to the west. And so I'd like that to be a consideration in this process within the sort of boundaries of safety that Ms. Morris spoke of, pushing it as much to the west as possible. And I do like that single driveway discussion that Commissioner Sands brought up. And also your suggestion, Commissioner Carter, that maybe communication towers are not best in this location. So those are just some thoughts I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. David Carter, Chair. Further discussion from commissioners? Commissioner Struckoff.
I can get behind the suggestions that Commissioner Ashworth just made. And I'll just add that I think the submissions by Mr. Scannell have really helped. He's obviously put a lot of work into trying to reach a compromise, and I appreciate Ms. Morris's use of the word compromise earlier. I think I can support the movement of the tower as far west as possible from the proposed site now, and the other two suggestions that she and Commissioner Carter also made, and move this forward with a recommendation for approval. I would support that.
Thank you, Commissioner Struckoff. David Carter, Chair. Any chance you'd like to convert that into a motion? I believe.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. I think what everyone is talking about is perhaps approval or disapproval with conditions. So that's what we're going to be taught. That's how I think the best way of phrasing it as we go forward.
Thank you, Randy. David Carter, Chair. Any further discussion? Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I'd like to talk a little bit about the public comment. I know we heard this item in a full public meeting last time, and then did send it back for an additional discussion with the neighborhood. In terms of what that looked like exactly, we did not give any specifics for that, but at least my thought was that it didn't need to be a full public meeting like this is, because we knew this would happen again, and there'll be a full public meeting at the City Commission. So in my mind, it was a question of feeling like there needed to be some discussion about how people use the park. And if there was an overwhelming majority in favor of a different location, I wanted us to have that information, and we couldn't get that just from who showed up on the call. I'm satisfied. I know it was not, there's never enough public comment. There's never enough outreach. That's just the nature of democracy, that we can only bring so much to people. They also have to, show up here and be present and give in public comment. And there's effort on both sides. So I know we heard from the neighborhood that they weren't satisfied with that process, but this is part of that process also. And so is the comment at the City Commission. So I just want to express that I feel the totality of that is serving the community and is satisfactory to me.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. David Carter, Chair. Further comments, questions, observations, motions? While I am reluctant to make a motion as chair. I'll be happy to leave that to someone else. But while we wait for someone to reach that point, I guess I would like to ask Ms. Morris, now that upwards of 5 alternative locations for a replacement water tower are in the public record in this space. Can you walk us through a little bit how you would envision a final site being selected?
Leah Morris, Treatment Division Manager. Ultimately, we have presented, sorry, my dog is in the background, 3 sites per a new proposed site. And then I think that the next step in terms of looking to present to the City Commission would be a evaluation of moving it to the west of, what we would consider a safe distance. Again, that quadrant was selected by the people within the boundary that participated in the survey, that that area is the best option in terms of the utility extensions and access for the tower as well as the EMS building, and overall, process for that. So I think that we would want to do an evaluation on if we were to move it west, what would that look like? How far could we feasibly move it? And then kind of move forward with presenting that to understand what the final condition would be. And if there was any big cost options that could either be pro or against either of those sites. And that would probably be the way that I would suggest that Black and Beach and the city work together to determine that. And engaging Parks and Rec to understand that people want to see a master plan and kind of base it around the premise of the tower will be somewhere in the north, however far west or east, probably, will be determined on City Commission, but to kind of plan around that and see if they can't even put something together for the meeting in terms of brainstorming for a master plan. That's as far as I could get at this point, because again, without these major milestones, I can't, in terms of the project manager, the city can't acquire utility easement for the necessary sanitary sewer extensions. And if we are doing sanitary sewer improvements as part of this, which will be necessary to move forward on those milestones until these milestones have been met. So we can only go so far until this has been done.
Thank you, Ms. Morris.
Excuse me, may I please point out that once again, the votes have been misrepresented. The majority of votes of the neighbors were for the water tower to remain in its current location. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Segebrecht. Your point is well taken. You made it very, very elaborately, and I really appreciate your observation. Thank you for your comment. Commissioner Butler, do you have a comment?
Judge, I'm sorry, Judge.
No, not at all.
I've been in court all day. I apologize. Chairman Carter, I will defer to Commissioner Carpenter. I was just going to make a motion. So
okay, very good. Thank you, Commissioner Butler. Commissioner Carpenter.
I just had one follow-up question. Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. This is to Ms. Morris about the future process. Whatever our vote is tonight when it goes to the City Commission, if the City Commission approves the special use permit with whatever modifications they want, then the next step would be a site plan. And would this be a site plan that goes back to the City Commission, or one that would be administratively approved? Or would that be up to the City Commission to direct at the time that it comes to them?
Leah Morris, Treatment Division Manager. Sandy, I'm going to defer to you as more of the site plan expert, if that's okay.
Sandy Day, Planning Office. The City Commission's direction, assuming an approval and assuming that they provide specific direction, say to locate the tower here, or to rehab the tower, or to build the tower in the same location, whatever that action the City Commission takes, that's their final action. There's not a separate site plan application that is required. Now, the City Commission could ask that final version be forwarded or made available to the public for review. There is two readings of the ordinance that goes along with this. So if the City Commission takes that action on that ordinance at that first meeting and makes a recommendation to do specific things, and the neighborhood comes back and says, we have some questions about this, they'll have that second opportunity with that ordinance reading, potentially to discuss that at that time, but it's not a separate site plan application.
Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter, David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Butler, would you care to make a motion?
I move that we recommend approval of SUP 20-00113, permitting a 140-foot tall water tower, utilities and service major use located at 1225 Sunset Drive, subject to the following conditions contained within the staff report.
Thank you, Commissioner Butler. David Carter, Chair, did you wish to amend that with any of the other conditions that were brought up this evening?
I know that Ms. Morris had a long statement, and so I don't oppose what she said. I can't restate it verbatim, but I don't object to that. Is that what you were referring to?
I was actually, forgive me, David Carter, Chair. I was actually referring to the observations about, for example, a shared access path, pedestrian and vehicular, the recommendation to let the cellular licenses lapse. And I guess Commissioner Ashworth brought up the idea, which was also mentioned by Ms. Morris, of citing the tower as far to the west as possible.
I don't object to any of that. What I understood Mr. Larkin to say was that those were up anyway, so we didn't have to make any recommendations, which isn't really our purview anyway. So does that need to be included?
I don't think it needs to be, but I think Mr. Larkin said that it could be, that it would at least be part of the record for consideration. And forgive me, this is kind of unusual, a motion that is a dialogue, so I apologize, Commissioner Butler. May I ask, Randy, did I interpret your comments correctly?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Commissioner Carpenter is right. You're dealing with the land use situation here. It's a SUP, determining whether or not it meets the requirements or the criteria for granting an SUP. You can put use restrictions on that granting of the SUP to the extent they're use restrictions. You don't have any authority over budgetary constraints or things of that nature, but to the extent that it is a use of land, you can put conditions on that. For example, no location of certain structures perhaps nearby or something of that nature. That's land use restrictions. You have that authority to recommend to the governing body approval with these conditions.
Okay.
Thank you, Randy.
So Chairman Carter, I have no objection to your restatement of my motion.
Okay, thank you. Assuming that's clear, let me just ask Luke and Jeff, is that clear enough as a motion?
Do we need to, do you want to read it back?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director. We would probably need it read back. I'm not sure we've encapsulated the motion in full, given the dialogue.
Understood. Commissioner Butler, you want to take another crack?
Actually, I will let you, since you, I will take, if you will go ahead.
Well, let's see. Commissioner Struckoff. It looks like he's. I don't have that part of the agenda in front of me, so let me. Commissioner.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Commissioner Butler would need to withdraw her motion before you proceeded.
Thank you, Randy. Commissioner Butler.
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Struckoff.
I will make a motion. I would like to clarify that are we, and Randy can chime in on this. Are we placing conditions, or are we requesting that the City Commission consider the shared path, the movement west, and the elimination of leases? Or these
This is Randy Larkin.
as conditions.
is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. You can place conditions, or you can request the City Commission to consider those things. As it stands, whatever you're doing is a recommendation, and the City Commission can choose to accept or not. So you can either choose to approve with conditions. That means the approval is only good if these conditions are met. The City Commission then can either accept that, or they can override it, or you can pass and approve this SUP and recommend to the City Commission that they consider these issues. So that's entirely up to the board.
Mr. Chair, if it's okay, I would recommend that the motion include a recommendation that the City's Commission consider these aspects.
Very good. So do you want to restate the full motion?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I recommend that we approve SUP 20-00113, permitting a 140-foot water tower in Water Tower Park at 1225 Sunset, subject to the conditions in the staff report, and with the recommendation that the shared path, the farthest westward location from the proposed location, and the allowed expiration of non-essential communications leases, and forwarding that to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Struckoff. David Carter, Chair. Do I have a second? Commissioner Butler. Thank you. Any further discussion? All right,
Jeff, may I ask you to read the roll, please?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
Commissioner Payton?
Yes.
Commissioner Sands?
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin?
Yes.
Commissioner Struckoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Willie?
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you, Jeff. And again, thank you to all the members of the public who spent their evening with us tonight.
I know it's a matter of considerable concern, and we do respect your points of view and your time. So thank you very much. That brings us to item 4. Consider approving a conditional use permit for mining and excavation at the northeast corner of the intersection of East 1200 Road and North 1800 Road. I believe Mary is going to present on this.
Yes, good evening, Commissioners. I'm Mary Miller, City County Planner, and this is a conditional use permit for a borrow pit at the northeast corner of the intersection of North 1800 and East 1200 Roads. A borrow pit is classified as a mining, excavation, or extraction of natural resource use, and this use requires approval of a conditional use permit regardless of what zoning district it's in. And the soil being removed will be transported to the ash and effluent disposal pits for the Evergy Center that are just to the north as part of a reclamation required with that conditional use permit, CUP 1191 for the disposal pits. And the subject CUP permit is not reviewing the placement of the fill in the disposal pits, but the staff report does note the types of permits are required for placing the fill in those pits due to their location in the regulatory floodway. And the reclamation of the disposal pits will be reviewed as part of that 1991 CUP. Figure 1 on page 3 of the staff report shows the subject property outlined in red, and it notes the areas where soil will be removed. The areas that highlighted in green are berms required by the zoning regulations. An interior haul road will transport the materials to the north to connect to the Evergy Plant Haul Road to the disposal pits. The applicant estimates it will take a year to fill the disposal pits. That'll be about 120,000 cubic yards of fill. Work will be most intense during this first year. Hours of operation the applicant proposed are 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. After the disposal pits are filled, the work will become intermittent as the fill will be used for various projects throughout the main plant site. And in the application, they estimated each project would be about 20,000 cubic yards, so be much smaller. The location of the borrow pit being adjacent to the plant site will allow the use of interior haul roads, removing the need for haul trucks to use the area roads to access the site. No public comments were received prior to the publication of the staff report. However, I did receive several inquiries about the project. There had been some misunderstanding that this CUP was for a new ash disposal pit. And so I provided the application and the plans to the callers and also provided them with copies of the staff report when the agenda was made available. We did receive public comments later in the process, and these are included in your agenda packet, and I'll discuss those just a little later. With many borrow pits, the reclamation includes ponds. This area will be reclaimed without any resulting ponds. The final elevation following reclamation will be similar to that on the west side of the property, but the property will have hills or changes in elevation similar to terraces from the west to the east in the reclaimed area. So the grade following reclamation is shown on the CUP plans. The CUP is being reviewed with the review criteria in the zoning regulations. First, we look at, we evaluate the proposal for compatibility with the surrounding zoning and land use. The subject property is zone GI for general industrial. A mining and excavation use always requires a CUP, so even in the industrial district, a CUP is needed. The property to the east and north is also zone GI, with the exception of a residence to the north, which was annexed into the city of Lawrence and is zoned city RS10 or single dwelling residential. Land to the west is primarily agricultural and contains a residence. Land to the south is also agricultural with rural residences lining North 1800 Road. This use should be compatible with the industrial zoning and the land uses in the area. The use should also be compatible with nearby residential uses, provided appropriate conditions are set with the conditional use permit. Then we look at the compatibility of the proposed use with the character of the area. And for the purpose of this review, the area is considered bounded on the north by the railroad right-of-way and tracks, on the west by East 1125 Road, on the south by Interstate 70, and on the east by North Iowa Street extended as shown in Figure 3, page 7 of the staff report. I-70 and the industrial uses on North Iowa Street are seen as very effective buffers that would minimize the impact of this use beyond them. And so these were used as the southern and eastern boundary. Otherwise, we usually use an area of approximately 1 mile from the subject property. The area is at the rural-urban fringe and contains a mix of rural and urban uses. Defining natural characteristics of the area are the floodway and floodway fringe associated with the Kansas River to the north and the stream corridors with floodplain traveling north and south to the river. Agriculture and rural residential uses are the predominant uses west of East 1200 Road, with industrial and utility uses being the predominant uses to the east. An industrial use in this location would extend the industrial uses further to the west onto an industrially zoned parcel. The borrow pit would temporarily alter the character of the area, but when the property has been reclaimed, there should be no lasting impact on the character of the area. Then we look at the suitability of the property to the uses to which it is restricted and the proposed use. It is restricted to uses which are allowed in the general industrial district, and with the exception of an area in the center of the property that contains steep slopes and a wetland, the land is well suited to the uses to which it is restricted with the industrial zoning. With measures taken to protect the wetland, the property is also well suited to the proposed use. Review the impact of the proposed use on the natural environment. The site contains environmentally sensitive lands in the form of steep slopes, wetland, and stands of mature trees. The steep slopes, wetlands, and the majority of the trees will not be impacted with this use. Some trees will be lost to create the borrow pit, as shown in Figure 4 on page 8 of the staff report. The wetland and the trees to be protected will be fenced with construction fencing prior to the commencement of the use, and this fencing shall remain in place for the life of the CUP. Drainage patterns will remain the same following reclamation as before, so the use is not expected to have a significant impact on the natural environment. We also use conditional uses for the potential impact on the use of the use on community facilities, the transportation network, or utilities in the area. The property is located on North 1800 Road, which is classified as a minor arterial. The additional employee traffic will not impact the functioning of this higher classification road. The applicant indicated that the earth moving equipment and the haul trucks will remain on the site and will not utilize the adjacent roads. The only water uses associated with this project will be water for the dust management on the interior haul road. The applicant indicated that they will continue to use the effigy plant water supply, which comes from the Kansas River, for the water truck. This water truck is already in operation for the rest of the plant roads, and its route will be extended to include the borrow site. The proposed use should have no impact on the community facilities, transportation network, or utilities in the area. Then we look at the recommendations with the comprehensive plan and evaluate the project to make sure they're in compliance. Chapter 2 of Horizon or Plan 2040, Environment and Natural Resources, Action Step 2.7 recommends we protect high quality agricultural soils as identified in each special land use plan as a community develops to urban densities. High quality agricultural soils are defined in Plan 2040 as Class 1 and 2 soils, and high quality agricultural soils are not present on the property. Action Step 4.2 recommends we recognize the need for the extraction of local natural resources to keep construction costs economically reasonable while mitigating impacts to the environment and surrounding land uses in the evaluation of new extraction proposals. The fill material is needed to close the effluent and ash disposal pits that were approved for the power plant. Conditions applied to the use will minimize the impact on the environment and the surrounding land uses. In Chapter 3, Growth Management recommends that we minimize agricultural land conversion to other non-agricultural uses and that we maintain working lands and high-quality agricultural soils for future generations. High-quality agricultural soils, as I mentioned, are defined as Class 1 and 2 soils. However, this site consists of Class 3 soils, which are defined by the Natural Resources Conservation Service, NRCS, as soils that have severe limitations that reduce the choice of plants or that require special conservation practices, or both. Class 3 soils fall into the category of farmland of statewide importance for NRCS. The borrow pit will change the topography of the site somewhat, but when reclaimed, the site can continue to be working agricultural land. The adopted long-range plan for this area is the K10 and Farmers Turnpike Plan. This is incorporated in the comprehensive plan in Chapter 8B. The plan recommends office research use as future land uses for this property. These uses would include light manufacturing and production, research and scientific related activities, and/or office research activities. And following reclamation, the site would be appropriate for use with these future land uses as well. The proposed borrow pit is a temporary use which would expire by the end of 2030. This area is within Tier 3 of the urban growth area, which is not expected to annex within the life of the comprehensive plan by 2040. The land will be reclaimed by the end of 2030 to a state that is suitable for agriculture or future development with uses recommended in the long-range plan or uses permitted in the GI zoning district, general industrial. Another thing we look at is if it's appropriate to place a time limit on the conditional use permit. The applicant requested the CUP for a period of 10 years, expecting 1 year to be needed to fill the disposal pits and the following 9 years to be used to complete various projects on the plant site. So a 10-year limit to December 2030 is recommended. And then finally, the plan was reviewed for compliance with zoning regulations. There's no regulatory floodplain on the property that's within this CUP. But as I mentioned, the disposal pits are within the regulatory floodplain. It's actually within the regulatory floodway. And so we looked into the permits that would be required for the placement of fill in the disposal pits. In addition to the county floodplain permits, the fill of the disposal pits will also require a Kansas Department of Health and Environment Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan, and this has been submitted and approved. It will require an Army Corps of Engineers permit for the Baldwin Creek outfall, and this has been submitted and approved. And a Kansas Department of Water Resources no-rise exemption, and this is in process. All permits must be obtained prior to placement of fill in the disposal pits. This would be required with CUP 1191. The setbacks and berms proposed with this project comply with the mining and excavation standards and the zoning regulations. There will be no blasting with this borrow pit. The applicant did provide a reclamation bond for the or he proposed a reclamation bond for the reclamation of the borrow pit and also for the completed disposal pits. And these will be forwarded to the County Commission for their consideration. Dust control, the applicant noted they will water the interior haul route as needed to keep dust down. The drainage information they provided notes that stormwater runoff with this project should not increase from that before the project. The borrow pit will not add any additional impervious surface, and the reclamation will not involve any additional water features. The site will be graded to maintain the west-southwest flow of stormwater, and so we don't expect the use to impact drainage in the area. So the project as proposed is compliant with the standards in the zoning regulations. We did include the public comments that were provided with your agenda packet. Some of these mentioned the confusion about just what the use was, being concerned that it was for a new ash pit. But we did have other concerns about the impact of the borrow pit on the groundwater in the area. This question was referred to the applicant so that they could provide information on the depth of their excavation and the depth of the groundwater in the area. So on the first page of the staff report, we have the list of conditions of approval. Some of these are just merely reiterating the operation practices to make those conditions. And I'll just go through these quickly. The expiration date is December 31st, 2030. It will occur in 2 phases, and there'll be 2 borrow pits on the site. There's 2 different places soil will be removed. These will not be open at the same time. One will be opened and reclaimed before the next one. They could start with either one, but only one will be open at a time. There will be no blasting. The performance bond for reclamation has been proposed. It will be approved by the County Commission or considered by the County Commission. There's a condition that the hauling of material shall occur only on the interior roadway. No public roads shall be used for the hauling of the excavated material. No CUP traffic may utilize the access points on East 1200 or North 1800 roads. So all the traffic and access will be internal. If a new interior haul road is necessary, it shall be installed east of the existing road. This would move it further away from the residents to the northwest. 5-strand barbed wire fencing will be installed along the perimeter of the property, and no trespassing signs will be installed at the gates and along the perimeter at a maximum of 500-foot intervals. And this will be along the perimeter where it's not adjacent to the Evergy plant site. The wetlands and trees designated for protection shall be protected with construction fencing along the perimeter where construction activity will be within 25 feet. And this area is shown on the plan. And with signage along the perimeter of the protected area prohibiting the storage of any materials, tools, or vehicles within the area. And this fencing and signage will be installed prior to any excavation activity on the site. When not in use and between future minor operations, the borrow site will be covered with topsoil and seeded to limit erosion. The interior haul road will be periodically sprayed with water throughout the day to minimize dust. If this measure is determined to be inadequate, additional dust reduction measures shall be utilized per the county engineer's approval. Hours of operation are 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Weekend work, if necessary, must be approved by the Board of County Commissioners prior to occurring. And there'll be no exterior lighting used. It'll just be the lighting with the equipment. And when reclaimed, the property shall have no slopes greater than 3 to 1. And so staff is recommending approval of the conditional use permit subject to these conditions. And I'll be happy to answer any questions. And the applicant is present as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. David Carter, Chair. Would Damon Ree or Jared Morrison be available to make a comment? Or do you want to follow up on anything?
Thank you, David. I'll hand it off to Jeff Green. Actually, he'll be making comment for us.
Very good. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. My name is Jeff Green. I'm the Environmental Director for Evergy. And just to give a little explanation on what exactly we're doing to clear up some of the miscommunication or misunderstanding, I guess, that was out there. So we have a coal storage site, ponds is what we refer to them as, on our existing power plant site up north. And we're in the process of closing those, which means removing the ash material from that location. It's a pretty decently sized area, and so to avoid leaving ponds once we're done, we need material to have proper drainage and sloping. And so that's what we're doing here. We are looking for a nearby location for multiple benefits to us and the public. so that we can, easily transfer material over right across the fence line essentially, and assist with closing that location. And so on I think it was figure 4 in the packet, it shows, I know there's a question about trees. And so really that roughly eastern third that runs north and south on the 40 acres, that's where the vast majority of the material will come from. And you can see there are a couple of trees that are out in that field that we plan to remove based on the depth of the excavation that we need to do. And then that pond that's on the left side of the picture kind of shows, I'll say, quite a few trees. We've actually modified our plan. We're not going to be taking those trees out south of the pond. So really, it's just those few trees on in the field, basically, that we're planning to remove as part of the project. And then I know there's a question about, what happens to the land once we're done. The plan there is we'll be reseeding it with native grass and some pollinator mix, basically to help restore, actually improve the habitat, for pollinator species like monarch butterflies. And so hopefully the property will be a better condition than it was once we're done. I think that's all I had, subject to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Green. We may have some questions. I do think we have some public comment. I have 3 people listed. Is Michael Allman in the call?
Yes, I am, Commissioner Carter.
Ah, very good. Hello, Mr. Allman. Welcome.
Thank you. I certainly appreciate the thoroughness of this conditional use permit regarding safety of the excavation operations. And I'm glad that Mr. Green from Evergy is on the call, because actually I have a lot more concerns about the safety of the ash pits themselves under the 1991 conditional use permit. First of all, you said that you're moving the ash deposit areas, closing these existing ones. So I have several questions I'll go through, and then maybe you could answer them for me as in total. First of all, the elevation of these ash pits are in the 100-year floodplain. Will the new locations be out of the 100-year floodplain? Secondly, the durability of new ash pits, will they have a bottom liner, and will they have a cap seal? When you fill the existing ash pits, are you removing the ash or just covering it up? So will this fill operation render the existing ash pits safer as a result? Then also, are the ash pits that you're filling, are they going to be done in phases? Because there are several of them. You expect it to be completed in 2021. That's not very far out. So you're going to move some 170,000 tons of material in a year's time. I'm wondering on the time frame, what you expect, and if that time frame is some kind of anticipation of decommissioning the Lawrence Energy Center. Unit number 3 is a 1955 unit, 65 years old, and unit number 4 is 60 years old, definitely due for retirement. And I know that that is in the plan, but I wonder how imminent. So when before those units are shut down, where will the new ash deposits be made? And will the existing ash pits be made safer as a result, or will all the ash be removed? And if so, where will it be taken? So that's a lot of questions for Mr. Green, and I would appreciate if you could give me some answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allman. David Carter, Chair. Mr. Green, I'm going to ask you hold on to those questions. We're going to go through the other public comment, and then we can come back to that. Thank you. Next on the list, I have Karen Pagel Miners.
Hi, yes, thank you.
Hi, welcome.
I have some environmental concerns and safety questions, and I think some of my questions might overlap slightly with Michael's, but I'm just going to throw them all out there anyway. Coal ash is highly toxic. It's a little confusing to me how it's being currently being transferred. And how is it currently being contained? What safety measures are currently in place? Questions about safety issues, and then monitoring for soil and water contamination. What are the current soil and water contamination monitoring systems in place? Who bears the cost for those? Are there regular reports that are being made public that I'm not aware of? And then regarding costs, I guess this is a staff report that the cost to the city is zero. I guess I have some concern about the city ultimately being responsible for addressing any water contamination, because would there be costs to the city for extra water remediation as far as our municipal water supply is concerned? Does Evergy have an escrow account in place to address any potential remediation costs for water and soil contamination? Again, my underlying concern is that the costs of a contamination event will be passed on to ratepayers, consumers, the city, or which in some way. And then I've been trying to figure this out, and it's not really quite clear to me what the EPA rules are. Is the current federal administration in the process of loosening environmental standards regarding coal ash pits? And if so, what repercussions might there be in granting or not granting this conditional use permit? Sorry, that's a lot, but I just wanted to throw those out there.
Thank you very much. Again, we'll take, I think we've got one other person signed up. I think is Les Blevins, David Carter Chair, by the way, is Les Blevins in the commission chamber?
Hello, folks.
Mr. Blevins?
Yes, I'm Les Blevins. Am I on camera?
Yes, you are, sir.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. As I say, I'm Les Blevins. My wife and I live just across the road from the hill that I think Westar has their eyes on that they want to excavate. I'm not sure what they're telling you. I could not really understand, but about one word or two words out of a dozen that woman presented, I couldn't hear back there well enough to pick out more than one or two words per dozen that she was speaking of. And I don't know much about Mr. Green and what his message really amounted to, but I can tell you that there's two reasons for what Westar's trying to get approved. One is the reason that they tell you, and the other is the real reason. The real reason Westar has their eyes on that land is to accumulate more ash than they already have. They know that if they can get 20 million pounds of ash on the site, that they have some leverage to keep that plant open. Much better if they can get 40 million pounds of ash on that site. Other coal-fired power plants get rid of their ash, and Westar should be required to get rid of that ash and not build it up, because what they're doing is they're going to use that ash. And by the way, I find out some of this stuff from people who either work in the plant or who have talked to people who work over there in the power plant. They know the scuttlebutt. They know the real story. And they've been telling people that I've talked to that it used to be actually, to start with, that was that plant out there was not Westar, of course. When 55 years ago, when I moved there, it was Kansas Power and Light, or KPL for short, and then it became, I think, known as Western Resources after that, and then it was taken over and renamed or something, Westar Energy, and now it's Evergy. And each successive owner realizes that the coal-fired power industry in this country has sort of painted themselves back into a corner. And they're looking for ways to leverage their way out without making their investors suffer the consequences. So they know that if they can build up however many million pounds of ash there, they can require Kansas to okay them to stay there long enough for them to get rid of it. And I don't know if they've put liners underneath those ash mountains that they've created out there, and they are really, I call them mountains. They're very much higher than any surrounding land there. And I would suggest that Evergy be required to guarantee that they won't put any ash over next to 1800 Road. What they want to do, though, is take dirt from the hill just north of where my wife and I live, a place we've lived for many years. I moved there in 1965, so I've been there 55 years. And it's obvious to me that they want to take a lot of that land, or a lot of that dirt off that hill, which will change the view from my window. And there's some considerations to what it will do to traffic on 1800 Road. There's a bank on the north side of 1800 Road that the hill rises above that bank. If they take out that dirt that comprises that hill, they'll probably also want to take off that bank to get it down lower too. And I'm speculating here to some extent, but if they do that, when it snows and blows from the north, it will drift a lot of snow right over onto 1800 Road. They'll have to, the county or the city or somebody will have to be out there plowing it and plowing it and plowing it to keep the snow drifts off of that road. So I want the Evergy to guarantee that they won't affect our well water or our property values. And if they do, they'll compensate us for that.
Forgive me, Mr. Blevins, you are at over 5 minutes, so I need you to wrap up, please.
Okay, one more comment here. I've got papers I'd like to share with the commissioners. This is a researcher who says energy advances can solve global warming problems, and I've developed technology that Westar could use to reprogram things. This was from the, where does it say here? It's this researcher is Amory Lovings, Director of Research at Rocky Mountain Institute in Snowmass, Colorado. This is dated 1990. He says, most experts have assumed the shift away from fossil fuels to prevent global warming will be costly and difficult, but Lovings argued otherwise. Far from being costly, abating global warming should on the whole be immensely profitable. He wrote in a study he described Sunday at an annual meeting of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. He's a scientist. So
very interesting, sir, and we may call on you to.
I would like for the commissioners to keep me as a resource to inform them about Westar's ulterior motives in trying to push their closing date far off into the future, or make the people of Kansas, the taxpayer, pay them to shut down that coal-fired plant. One or the other. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. David Carter, Chair. Sorry, Jeff or Luke, is there anyone else in the commission chamber who is there to speak?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director. No additional people here to comment on the item.
Very good. Thank you. I guess I should ask for a point of order at this point, and ask if I have, is it at my discretion to give the applicant an opportunity to respond to the public comment, because there was a comment made earlier in the evening about our bylaws and whether that was a permitted activity, and I'll confess I don't see it explicitly spelled out in the bylaws, but as chair, do I now have discretion to give the applicant an opportunity to respond?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director. Article 5, Section 4A of your bylaws allows the applicant 10 minutes per item to a maximum of 30 minutes, members of the public representing themselves or a group 3 minutes, and petitioner's response to public testimony of 5 minutes as part of your bylaws.
Thank you. That's what I thought I'd read, but I couldn't find it again. Appreciate it. David Carter, Chair. So, Mr. Green, a lot of questions. Even if you can't answer in 5 minutes, we'll probably come back to you with more questions. So please go ahead.
Sure. Jeff Green with Evergy again. I think I got all the questions written down, and I'm pretty sure I can address all of them. First one is about elevation of new ash pits and if they're in the flood plains. So we're not creating new ash pits on our site. What we're doing is removing all ash from the existing ash ponds and placing them in a lined landfill that has leachate collection system and will be capped, which is in full accordance with the federal rules, regulations on how you can close an ash impoundment by removing all the ash as one of your options. So we're not leaving it in the ground and burying it, I think is really what the question was. Are the new pits have a liner and cap seal? I addressed that. Removing the ash or covering it up, I addressed that. Timeline to close the ash pits. The comment was about it being a fast timeline. So we're actually almost done removing all the ash, roughly 80 to 90% done with the project. And so we definitely feel it'll be relatively easy to finish by by the end of next year with moving the material over. Is this in anticipation of retiring Lawrence? And there was a comment about the age of the plant. Lawrence 3 unit actually already is retired. We did that a few years ago. Lawrence 4 and 5 definitely are getting up there in age, and we have a resource planning process that has to be approved by the Kansas Corporation Commission. And our next plan actually will be coming out in, I believe it's July 1st of 21. And that's there's a stakeholder engagement process that involves the public and other groups as well, and that's in process. So I can't comment on what the retirement date is for Lawrence 4 and 5, but that will be coming out soon enough. Safety concerns. I believe there's a question about how the ash is transported. So we use trucks. By the way, this ash that we're talking about is wet sluiced using water into concrete tanks, and basically we remove the wet ash from tanks, put it on the ground, the water gravity drains away from it. And so it's still relatively wet when we're transporting it. I mean, not dripping wet, but it's not dry to where dust is, flying everywhere. So that's and I should probably also mention that water drains back into the tank, so it's not going out of the system. Also, safety questions, I believe, about, well, it was about groundwater monitoring system, who approves that or pays for that. Kansas Department of Health and Environment reviews and approves our groundwater monitoring networks. And so we have groundwater monitoring around all of our CCR, that's the ash impoundments and landfills on site. The federal regulations, the coal combustion residuals rule that came out in 2015, those are at the federal level, what governs how we monitor our groundwater and what actions we have to take there. And that is a process that's in progress. We have to post information on our website in accordance with that rule. It's a public website. In fact, I couldn't tell you the address when I just Google it, Evergy CCR website, and it'll take you there. But it has the data that we're required to post with results from our groundwater monitoring, and then other reports are on there as well. Let's see. There's a question about who pays for this over time. So we're required to have financial assurances, which covers, it's basically an insurance policy. If we were to go out of business, there would be coverage to remediate, any remaining ash. So that is a requirement we have to comply with. Is the EPA in progress of loosening CCR regulations? Actually, it's the opposite. There were no coal combustion residual regulations up until 2015. And in fact, over the last few years, they've become more strict as they have modified those rules. And then the last comments regarding our basically the belief that we're trying to accumulate more ash. Like I said, we've almost removed all of that existing ash from the ponds and put them in a lined landfill. We have zero intention of ever putting ash on this, these 40 acres in question. And in fact, we have enough storage capacity on our existing land now to last for well beyond the life of the plant. So that's definitely not an accurate statement. And I think he also mentioned we should be beneficially reusing our ash for other purposes and not just burying it all. We do beneficially reuse some of the ash, and in fact, if we had a market to reuse all of it, we probably would. There's just not a market for 100% of it right now. And I think that addressed them all, unless I missed something.
All right, thank you, Mr. Green. With that, I will turn it over to the commission for questions to staff and the applicant. Commissioner Ashworth.
Sharon Ashworth, Planning Commissioner. Just a quick question. By construction fencing, do you mean erosion control fencing? This is for Mary Miller.
No, it's more the more firm orange fencing you see for construction projects. So it's a more stable erosion control fencing that just usually blows away or disappears after time. So it's more, not really permanent, but it'll be way more sturdy so that it'll stay there throughout the life of the project.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I had mentioned in my earlier comments that I'd spoken with Thad Holcomb and he had a question. I see it actually did make it into our packet, even though it was kind of a late arrival, about tree removal. And I actually did walk the site with Damon Ray earlier this week. And so those two lone trees, I can see that they would be problematic for any significant excavation. But you also mentioned, Mr. Green, in your comments that the west pit, the smaller one, had been modified to not go quite so far south, maybe not take out as many trees. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, Jeff Green with Evergy again. That's right. So where the, I'll say the western circle that includes the pond area is located, we are not taking any of those trees to the south of that pond.
Great, thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie and Mr. Green. Other questions? I know the silence is uncomfortable, but I don't have any questions at the moment. So let's see, Commissioner Struckoff. Did I see you raise your hand or we? Okay, very
Yes.
good, please.
If there's no further discussion, I'd like to make a motion. Eric Struckoff, Planning Commissioner.
Please.
I move that we approve the conditional use permit for 38.5 acres at northeast corner of East 1200 Road and North 1800 Road for the borrow pit by Evergy, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report 1 through 13.
Thank you, Commissioner Struckoff. David Carter, Chair. Do I have a second? Commissioner Willie. Any further discussion? There being none, Jeff, could I ask you to read the roll, please?
Certainly. Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
Commissioner Payton?
Yes.
Commissioner Sands?
I'm having a lot of trouble. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, then yes.
Commissioner Shanklin?
Yes.
Commissioner Struckoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Willie?
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
All right. Thank you very much, Jeff, and thanks. I guess that brings us. Sorry, David Carter, Chair. It's getting late. That brings us to
The end of our regular agenda. We do have one more item under F, miscellaneous new or old business. Specifically, consideration, consider directing staff to work with the chair and vice chair to prepare a letter for the Planning Commission's consideration at a future meeting. Jeff, is that something you want to fill us in on?
Certainly.
To Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. Back at your August meeting, the commission had expressed interest in looking at the ordinance that actually kind of founded both the Joint Planning Department, but also the Joint Planning Commission, and looking to establish a composition requirement to the board and kind of recommending that up there. Is what we were going to do is look into that for you, and this is just to provide you some information on that. The ordinance that establishes the Joint Planning Commission is set by the governing body. That is not a function of your bylaws or anything that you can amend. It would require the City Commission and the Board of County Commissioners to amend the ordinance that forms the Joint Planning Commission of that composition requirement. To that end, since you can't unilaterally do it or do it as a function of your bylaws, we were going to put forward this item for your consideration this evening, is to work with the chair and the vice chair in drafting a letter to kind of talk about why the commission would like to see that as a composition requirement and express the interest of the body going forward to the governing bodies. One thing I would note that I would be remiss if I didn't mention here is that there is a pro and a con to a composition requirement. While you would get composition of the board or have a certain residency requirement there, the opposite, the problem sometimes with those is that there aren't individuals who are willing to step forward to fill those composition requirements. So while you may have, a great example sometimes is architectural review boards, where you might have a chair saved for an architect, but there are no architects in the community who are willing to serve. So then that position would ride vacant for some time until someone just steps forward to fill that void. So I just wanted to share that with the board for consideration, that may be a factor when you establish a composition requirement, is there may not be individuals that meet that requirement that will volunteer to serve on the board. So just a factor I wanted to put out there for consideration, but really we were looking for a direction and guidance from the Planning Commission on how they would like to proceed with that, or if they would like to direct the staff to work with the chair and vice chair on that letter, as we mentioned in the memo. Be happy to answer any questions on the item.
Thank you, Jeff. David Carter, Chair. So just to clarify, the action could be as simple as approval from the commission for the chair and the vice chair to work with staff to draft language. Would that then go back to the planning commission for consideration, or would it go straight to the governing bodies?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. Excellent question. I just failed to mention that earlier. We would bring it back before the whole Planning Commission for consideration before sending it up.
Very good. Thank you, David Carter, Chair. I'll turn it straight over. I don't think there's any public left to comment, so I'll turn this straight over to the commission for commentary. I know Commissioner Carpenter, this is, I think this follows a specific request that you made, and I guess I'll start with you. Is there any comment you'd like to make in response to all of this?
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. Yeah, this just grew out of my concern that after Commissioner Weaver resigned, that we were losing a valuable perspective on the Planning Commission, or in danger of losing a valuable perspective. What the ultimate form of this may be is going to be out of our hands. We're going to suggest, as we do with everything else, and what the city and county commissions think of it or do with it is what's going to happen. But I just want to preserve the viewpoint of rural residents on this commission. We have many items that come up that are outside the experience of most of us. You know, we don't live out in the country. We aren't concerned about some of those, or we don't think about it. I mean, just one of those that pops into my head is how many access points along a road. You know, when we live on streets with access points every 50 to 100 yards, you know, we have one viewpoint. It's valuable to hear these other viewpoints. So it was, you know, purely wanting to have that voice to hear that voice to better make decisions when we have county issues before us. It's been suggested to me since the last time that maybe this would be perceived as clipping the wings of potential new county commissioners. And I have to say that is not the intent at all. The intent was to preserve a viewpoint that makes our decisions better when we recommend them to the county. And you know, it's also been suggested to me that perhaps 3 is too many because of the population numbers in the county. But I'd like to hear from everybody else where they are on those. I know that those are issues that are going to come up when it goes to the city and county commission when they discuss it, if we agree to send a letter to request those changes. But I don't want to lose those voices. And if it's parity or something we're looking for, it could simply, you could also say, you know, at least 3 of the city appointees be residents of the city. There's no requirement that the city appointees actually reside in the city any more than there's a requirement that the county appointees reside outside the city limits. So you know, whatever we all come up with, I hope that we do something, because as I said the last time, the viewpoints that I've heard have helped me tremendously in understanding what questions to ask and how to think about many of these issues that come before us. And especially, I mean, it's come up with quarries, it's come up with all kinds of things. I don't know what it's like to live where I hear dynamite go off, you know, or if my house will be shaking, but it's valuable to hear those types of viewpoints. And I have to say, every time that one of the county appointees has spoken up about an issue, I'm specifically reminded of Commissioner Weaver, who didn't speak very often, but when he did, everything he said was just jam-packed full of information and was spot on and helped reach a decision. So that's what I want to try to preserve and not lose. I mean, there is always a possibility we won't find somebody to fill a seat. So how we actually word that or suggest we word it, I guess that's worthy of consideration. But I'd like to, many boards have residency requirements or composition requirements, and I'm just suggesting we might benefit from something along those lines.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. David Carter, Chair. I'll just speak to the, I'll be a textualist for a moment and speak to the content of the item that says, recommends that the chair and the vice chair work with staff. I am more than happy to do that. I mean, I recognize the intent. I feel I understand the intent behind the proposal. And I'm more than happy to work with staff to craft some language that it's comforting knowing that it would come back to the full commission for discussion and consideration. So, beyond that, I have no objection at all to the proposal. I'd be interested in other commentary. I mean, we could go into the full intent, or we, so Commissioner Struckhoff, please.
I'm not really sure. Planning Commissioner Eric Struckhoff. I don't really have a good grasp on whether, as Jeff noted, the double-edged sword is that you might not find somebody who's available or willing. Has that been a problem for us, especially among county appointees? I don't really know the answer to that question.
I think that may be a question for Jeff.
I guess it's for Jeff. Yeah.
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. I don't have
hard numbers, which are my favorite things to bring to Planning Commission meetings to talk about these items. But I can say that over the years, I would say is that the County Commission has always been very attuned at making sure that there is the unincorporated area represented as part of the 10-member body that we have here before this evening. So I can think of over the years that there's been a pretty steady amount of individuals who represent the unincorporated area. It might ebb and flow a little bit, just depending upon terms and the willingness of individuals to serve, but it has been a pretty constant voice, at least during my tenure with the department and the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Jeff. Commissioner Struckhoff.
If I may follow up, Commissioner Eric Struckhoff. I could not agree more fully with Commissioner Carpenter's value on the perspectives that our county appointees bring. Speaking as a county appointee myself, who lives in the city, that is almost more important. I'm having my balance is that balance exactly is what I'm struggling with. It's important enough that we have these viewpoints on the commission to require that residency, that I worry less about the availability or the willingness of qualified people to serve from outside, who live outside the city. I guess I'm just restating the problem, but to me, I lean towards that requirement. And in 8 months, my county appointment will end, and that will be an opportunity for another county appointee. And I do think it's important that people from outside the city serve on this commission, and that those voices are here. And that is important to me, and I let that input govern the letter writing that ensues.
Thank you, Commissioner Struckhoff. David Carter, Chair. Other input? I think, I was just going to say, I was likely to put our other one of our other county appointees on the line. Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I have dearly missed Commissioner Weaver since he has stepped down, and have kind of felt the burden that when we're making decisions that are strictly happening on items that strictly happen in the unincorporated area, that I can't bring enough perspective on my own to inform the commission, that really does need more than one voice to those issues. And I I would push for this or ask for this or ask for the consideration of for the requirement, not just because the commission sometimes deals with items that occur in the unincorporated area only, but more because of the important role that the commission plays with wrestling with some of the really important issues of our community that cross the lines, the boundaries between what happens in the city and what happens out of the city. That's something that neither the city nor county commission is in as good a position to tackle as we are. So the land use of what happens in tier 2 or tier 3 that we expect to get annexed at some point, how do we tackle those questions? And I think we learn from each other. I think we function very well as a body. We listen to each other. And I think that having a variety of voices helps us write the comprehensive plan, something that I don't think could have been done strictly from the county commission or the city commission, but that could happen here because we had a mixture of backgrounds and a larger group of people, a larger group of voices. So I am not at all concerned about not finding qualified people in the unincorporated area to fill 3 positions out of 10. I think that's very different than finding an architect. There are far fewer architects than there are rural residents in the county. It seems like a very minor point to me. So I would be very glad to have more voices and more help bringing the rural perspective to the Planning Commission. And I'm very, very happy to be able to serve and appreciate that that my fellow commissioners have listened so well and listened to what I brought to the table.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. David Carter, Chair. A couple thoughts I have just from the standpoint of reflecting the intent and what kind of firm boundaries we want to put around a requirement. One would be a statement of purpose or something within, I guess it is section 2, which describes, who makes the appointments. I think one thing worth considering is to express the intent that the board reflect, both the urban and rural makeup of the population over which it has jurisdiction without necessarily requiring it. I mean, just a couple of thoughts. One is, I think Commissioner Carpenter, you mentioned, there's no guarantee that city appointees live within the city. Of course, the likelihood is that they will. And there's also no guarantee that county appointees live within the county or live in unincorporated areas. Or even if they live in unincorporated areas, that they reflect the occupations and day-to-day experience of most rural residents. So I think that's one alternative that I'd at least like to float, that it be stated as a statement of purpose rather than as a requirement. Another, in terms of the makeup, and I'll just finish, I'm very eager to hear, because I'm stating the idea because I want to hear what people think. But the other idea is, if it is a requirement, that it be stated in terms of reflecting the population as a ratio, and not necessarily fixing the number of commissioners, just because as the county as a whole becomes more urban, or who knows, at some point in the future, more rural, I don't know. By fixing the number, you're setting somebody up to possibly have to make a change in the future. So those are my 2 thoughts. Commissioner Willie, please, I'd like to hear what you have to say.
I would say I think the intent that we can't regulate or demand or ask for is that there be an intention of looking at different parts of the unincorporated area, or different occupations, or different life experiences. We can't dictate that. That's too much. There's too much variability in that, right? But I do think it's entirely appropriate to ask for a certain number of positions to be from the unincorporated area. And I don't think it's by proportion of the population or by proportion of land mass, which then would be greatly in favor of the unincorporated area. And we do land use, we don't do population work. We do land use work. So I don't think it's so much the issue of trying to make sure that a minority of the population is always represented as a minority. I think it's a question of having the voices that can be heard, that can move us forward as a body.
Fair enough. Thank you. David Carter, Chair. Other input. I guess one question I would have is what's the timeline that we'd be anticipating? Jeff, I guess this would come back to you, saying we worked with
Staff. I'll be honest, whatever doesn't get done before Thanksgiving is probably not going to get done until the new year. I guess Commissioner Struckoff was kind enough to raise the point of when the next county opening is likely to come up. What kind of timeline would we be anticipating? You know, what's the life cycle of this?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. My best guess at the moment, just kind of looking at calendars and things that would be on the horizon, is that I think we could probably have a draft back before the Planning Commission. Earliest would be December. I think most likely would probably be January, to make sure that we have time to get it sorted out and get the details right for you. But that would be just kind of a best guess off the back of an envelope for the calendar right now, I'd say.
Very good, thank you. So just, excuse me, just to clarify then, we would come back to the Planning Commission with a draft, most likely around January. And then that would be forwarded to the governing bodies. I mean, assuming it's approved, it would be forwarded to the governing bodies at that point.
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. That'd be correct.
Okay, thank you. Other input, other comments? I guess one question I do have is, the next step, do we need to have a motion and approval? Is that the protocol that we would follow?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. I think we've got enough of an idea of what to kind of go within the letter there. Just looking for some kind of, not necessarily a formal vote on the item, but at least an affirmative direction that the commission would like us to take in the item there. Given the circumstances of the meeting being on Zoom there, I would actually probably recommend a roll call vote, just to make sure we capture that correctly to take forward.
Thank you, Jeff. David Carter, Chair. I'm interested in other people's perspectives. Does anyone object, or is it fair to just call roll for support? Does anyone want to raise any points of view in opposition to this idea? I see Commissioner Carpenter, you're looking very skeptical. Oh, you're on mute.
Jim Carpenter, I'm just wondering if we're going to vote. I mean, I don't even know what the motion would be.
I think the motion would be to, what is it, to request or appoint the chair and the vice chair to work with staff to draft a letter that the commission would later forward to governing bodies, something along those lines.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. I'm just wondering, since nobody's voicing any objection, whether we can interpret that we have consensus that we want the chair and vice chair to work on a letter. And
I guess that's kind of what I was suggesting. Yeah, maybe Jeff could go ahead and just call the roll right now if we don't need a formal motion.
So I guess what we're calling roll for what purpose then if we don't have a motion?
Jeff, would you care to elaborate?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. This is a little unique in the circumstances of a Zoom meeting here. Effectively, the role would be called to just affirm that the body is authorizing the chair and vice chair to work with staff to draft a letter to bring back for your consideration at hopefully the next meeting, if not a future meeting.
And we have to have a vote for that?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. Not necessarily in normal circumstances. I would say not necessarily, but under the Zoom format, it would probably be the best way forward.
David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Butler, any other questions or considerations? I'm not an attorney.
I mean, if Jeff is telling us we need a vote for you guys to meet and come up with a letter, I mean, I'll vote on it. I'll vote on it.
Any other? Thank you. Commissioner Struckoff.
May I make a motion?
Sure.
I move that we direct staff to work with the chair and vice chair to prepare a letter for the planning commission consideration regarding the composition of this here body at a later meeting. Second.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Willie.
We're so close to knowing what it is we want to put in the letter. Why do we have this other step? Why come back and talk about it again? Aren't we kind of there? It seems like a waste of time.
David Carter, Chair. Speaking for myself, I would like to, I'll selfishly say I would like to speak with staff about considerations. I don't feel, because for the other things, we don't have the language. And I think it makes sense to draft the language for the commission's consideration. And I think if it's a matter of sending it to the commission, and then I'll go back to the point of view that Commissioner Carpenter raised about the commission that we have now, as opposed to the commissions we're going to be having in 2021. I would be reluctant to send something to the governing bodies right now for consideration, especially on the county commission side with 2 commissioners on their way out. So I would, if it's a matter of timing, that's one of the reasons I asked about the life cycle. I don't think I would support a motion tonight to just send language straight to the governing bodies immediately.
Well, this is Commissioner Butler. I don't think that's what's going on here, but.
Oh, no, I know. Forgive me, and I don't mean to interrupt you. I'll let you finish.
No, you're fine. I mean, it's 10:45. I'd like to vote, I guess is what I'm saying.
Very good. David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Willie, do you have any further comments? I guess we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay. So, Jeff, could I ask you to call the roll, please?
Certainly. Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth?
Sure. Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
No.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
Commissioner Payton?
Yes.
Commissioner Sands? I think we lost Commissioner Sands. Commissioner Shanklin?
Yes.
Commissioner Struckoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Willie?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-1 with Commissioner Sands, I think, has lost the call this evening.
All right, thank you very much. And I think we have interesting discussion possibly ahead. So thank you very much, everybody. I guess the last thing is just a motion to adjourn.
Commissioner, if I may.
Forgive me, Jeff, go ahead.
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. Just one item to mention so the commissioners can kind of be thinking about it. We're looking to begin work and scheduling of your annual orientation. It will probably be in January or going into maybe early February as an item there. So we just wanted to float that out there so that you'd be thinking of possible dates and times that might be the best for everybody. But we're looking, it'd be after the new year to get that scheduled, but just wanted to put that on everyone's radar for an upcoming item. It would be, we anticipate Zoom format and probably a half day, so probably not a full day in the full spectrum, but at least probably a half day potential retreat via Zoom. So just something to think about. Just wanted to share that for thought.
Thank you, Jeff. David Carter, Chair. I guess I then should ask, is there any other business that we need to raise before we adjourn? Okay, seeing none, do I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Commissioner Struckoff. Second, Commissioner Ashworth, should I take that as a second? Very good. Jeff, could you read the roll, please?
Certainly. Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
Commissioner Payton?
Yes.
Commissioner Sands, I believe, is still connected. Commissioner Shanklin?
Yes.
Commissioner Struckoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Willie?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0.
All right, thanks. We're adjourned. See you next month.
Bye-bye.
Good night, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Night.